Democrats and Republicans and independents interact with the swing state polls, Kamala Harris is doing far, far better. When we take a look at the data against Joe Biden, Donald Trump led him in every single state except for Wisconsin, and by massive margins in Arizona, 7 points, 7 points in Michigan, 10 points in Georgia, 12 points in Nevada. We are in a very different predicament. And the reason being, Donald Trump has lost crucial.
Looks like we had some technical difficulties. This time the short stream went down. I was able to get it back up pretty quickly, so hopefully we won't have any more road bumps, street bumps. What are they called? Road bumps?
Support groups in these battleground states. Because against Joe Biden, many of these independent
speed bumps, I don't know,
an alternative that they didn't want to vote for, but they did not believe that Joe Biden should be in office for another 4 years. After that first presidential debate, that's exactly what the narrative was. That although many independents and even Republicans who were never Trumpers, who genuinely believed that Joe Biden may have been better in 2020, but couldn't bring themselves to vote for him in 2024 and were instead voting for Donald Trump because they still wanted a Republican in office, they now have another option where the arguments that have been made by Republicans that Joe Biden is not fit, that Joe Biden should not serve, that Joe Biden cannot be in this office are claims and things that have been said that no longer land, because this age issue is a non-issue. This concern around mental acuity is a non-issue. All of these different things that Republicans, again, built up as their one reliable go-to issue. Joe Biden can't talk. Joe Biden can't debate. Joe Biden can't govern. That is the way Republicans brandished this campaign, and for a while, it was working. But it is evident, clear as day now, that Donald Trump's campaign did not have a plan B. That without Joe Biden, they've lost their leverage that they've had over these battleground state voters. It wasn't as if Donald Trump was at 45% and Joe Biden was at 38%. Sure, there were some polls that said that. But at large, Donald Trump was sometimes polling 49, 50% in these battleground states. Never really crossing that majority threshold, which was a good sign for Democrats, but he was so exceptionally close. Now, even in his winning numbers, he doesn't cross that majority threshold, and that matters. Georgia being the best performing at 50%. But Kamala Harris gaining ground means Donald Trump has certainly been chopped down a block on some of these battleground states. When you take a look at the data of him versus Biden in Arizona, from 49 today down to 45. That's a 4-point reduction, and a lot of that support has gone to Vice President Harris, going from where Biden was at 42 to 50 for Kamala Harris. That's an 8-point difference. All of this can be summarized under really just a few things. That Donald Trump has lost support and Kamala Harris has gained and built off of it. And that is the way this election really has been going for the past month, but we cannot ignore that it is Donald Trump himself who has put themselves and his campaign really in this difficult position. When you take a look at a lot of the things that could have been prevented, right? Who Donald Trump chose as vice president, he could have vetted entirely different people. He could have had a much better selection process. He could have decided to go ahead and just take it and nominate Nikki Haley as vice president, and we would be in a very different position today. Because I do believe that on the large scale, vice presidential picks do not change things that much. But against a race like this, especially when it was Joe Biden and the only thing new to the race was the vice presidential contender, J.D. Vance was the wrong guy for the wrong time. J.D. Vance is not the VP nominee that brings Donald Trump over the finish line. If anything, he hinders him. And so Donald Trump made a number of missteps, I think largely because they were under this assumption, this Plan A assumption, that it was only and always going to be Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee, that it was always going to be an age issue election and nothing more. That he was in a position for a landslide victory, especially after the assassination attempt. The amount of Democrats we saw online dooming and glooming saying that this attempt, while condemning it, was also going to have severe electoral implications that were going to damage the Democratic Party's chances at victories. And a week later, Kamala Harris enters into the race and the media narrative is entirely different.
I'm a little bit confused about what's going on.
Sides of the aisle than they did a month ago. Things feel very differently than they did when Joe Biden was under the presidential nomination. And that's because this race has really shaken up. But it is Donald Trump who has led his campaign really to failure on many parts because of the fact there was no contingency plan in the event that Joe Biden dropped out of the race. Leaked internal documentation to the press showed that the Republican campaign had been in theory prepping for it since as early as May, but never believed it was going to happen. And so followed through with everything standard, convention standard, debate standard, the way they interact with the campaign standard. In no circumstance did they expect Joe Biden actually to drop out of the race. And yet he did. On top of that, Donald Trump is firing back at some of his major donors. We talked about this. The New York Times covered it. The worst 3 weeks of Donald Trump's presidential campaign of this cycle have happened over the past month. Donald Trump has seen some of the worst news pieces written about this election. Donald Trump has seen some of the worst polling data points that he has seen of this election.
White's got rated?
Numbers that he has seen of this election. Because Kamala Harris has brought something new to the Democratic Party.
That's so weird.
Tim Walz calls joy, we see largely in senses of enthusiasm.
I'm so confused.
Voters feel more confident around Kamala Harris now. Overall, people feel very positively around Kamala Harris being the Democratic nominee. 44% of Americans say they're satisfied with Kamala Harris being the nominee for president this year. Amongst Democrats, that tripled from 20% to 60%. Republicans are less satisfied, and I honestly think that's because some Republicans believe Kamala Harris is the wrong person for the time, but also because they're afraid of losing to her. And amongst independents and those who affiliate other, 19% to 30%. On the large scale, Kamala Harris brings to this ticket rather than detracts, in the same way that we saw Tim Walz now bring to Kamala Harris's ticket in the way that J.D. Vance retracts from Donald Trump's ticket. This election has been very focused recently on Kamala Harris's fortunes, on Kamala Harris expanding, on Kamala Harris doing well, and that is arguably the correct take, because that's what the data points show no matter what way you cut it. Equally, it is Donald Trump who was in a position a month ago where this was his race to lose, where it was Donald Trump who was leading in all of these battleground states, where it was Donald Trump who was going to demolish Joe Biden according to the metrics we looked at. Record-breaking numbers after the mugshot was released in 2023. Record-breaking numbers when he became a convicted felon in May of 2024. Record-breaking numbers after the assassination attempt. And so many different things that Donald Trump had going for him.
Wait, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I am so confused. I'm getting really weird feedback from people. I see like 43 people in the short stream. I see like 31 people nobody's answering me there. It looks like there's 33 people that somehow that thing got rated. Oh my God, I'm so confused. I do not understand what's going on at all. I do not understand what's going on at all. Like, let me reset this stream and see if anything is weird with this. What I don't understand. If somebody could new short stream, yes, but what is going on with the not short stream? That's what I'm confused about. Right? We're good, says the not short stream. Some people may have gotten raided into a stream that is not live. Is that what I'm hearing? I am so confused, chat. I see two streams. They both seem to be like streaming. I don't get, but I'm hearing weird stuff from chat, so I'm trying to make sure everything's all right for you.
Gen Z completely flipped. Losing the bleeding to losing support, Democrats losing support, bleeding support amongst minority voters, no longer happening today.
Shorts is fine.
Band-aid that has fixed many of the problems within the Democratic Party.
Wides as well. Shorts is fine.
Can certainly be ripped off by the right guy. Donald Trump is no doctor. And Donald Trump is not in a position where he's going to be able to do really.
I'm just confused because
80 days less.
Twitch, are you okay?
For the election to
are we okay on Twitch?
The trajectory of this race, and that
somebody was saying
for the Republican Party at large.
Somebody was saying that there's something wrong with one of the streams got rated into like it's like a waiting screen or something like that. Is that going on? Maybe people need to hit refresh. Is that the issue? Whites is fine. I mistyped and I meant shorts. Shorts rated into itself and it was waiting to start, but it has started now because it does look like you've refreshed. Okay, so if you're running, okay, I don't know, maybe type in chat in shorts if somebody can. Type in chat, refresh if you're having problems, because I don't know what's going on, but I just want to make sure that the stream is working for everybody. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Again, like I said, hopefully this will fix it all, right? Hopefully this is all I need to make everything go right again.
Donald Trump is not the right guy.
Which is okay.
It could have been Nikki Haley. It could have been another Republican. But
so
because this
here's the secret, all right? Here's the secret. People don't want to go back to 2020. 2020 was a nightmare world And to have the election of 2024 look exactly like 2020 was a little too much for people. Both have been fine. Good. I'm just making sure. Yeah. So that's what's going on, right? And when your ticket looks like 2020, you do bad, right? Biden off the ticket, now it's good, right? Trump off the ticket probably would give us a competitive election, right? It's not for sure. It's not for sure, but most likely you would have a competitive election. But here's what's not going to happen. Trump dropping out. That's never going to happen. Most likely he will not even drop Vance, because I told you that Vance represents Silicon Valley money. And for Trump to get access to that, not just the money, but the clout, the power, right? That's represented by J.D. Vance as Peter Thiel's bagman. For Trump to have access to that, he needs to keep them happy. And unless he can find somebody that they like just as much as J.D. Vance, dumping Vance would not make them would make them unhappy, right? So he's in a bind, and I don't see how he gets out of it. I think the most likely outcome is that Donald Trump loses the 2024 election to Kamala Harris. But if he could somehow rise above his ego, which is not a very Trumpian thing to do, and again, why doesn't he want to leave the election? Partially because he's got charges chasing him, and they're going to catch up. They're going to get him. They're going to pounce. They're going to grab him, right? And, he's probably not going to go to jail or anything. He's too rich and too powerful to be, put in a regular jail cell. He probably gets some kind of deal where he wears an ankle bracelet, or his it'll probably be, a rich person version of punishment. But yeah, he is going to likely get convicted of more than just the 34 charges he's already been convicted of. And so, and that's why he doesn't want to do it, because the being president, winning the 2024 election would get him out of that, right? Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be in the cards for him. So that's where we're at right now. But again, chat, sorry about the technical difficulties.
Entire election, Republicans and Democrats alike were working under the assumption it was Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee, and that was the end-all be-all. And even when there was an inclination that Joe Biden might drop out of the race, Republicans didn't prep, they didn't strategize, they didn't get ready for a doomsday scenario in which the nominee is replaced and Democrats end up doing so well. And that's exactly what has been happening now. So Donald Trump, having no plan of reaction, ended up doing exactly what the campaign on the Democratic side would want, and started tanking his own campaign out of fear, out of worry, out of concern, going crazier than normal, going more radical than normal, saying outlandish things, questioning Kamala Harris's racial identity.
This is what I'm talking about with the feedback loop. As he gets bad news, as bad news starts to filter into even his little hermetically sealed bubble that he tries to keep bad news out of, right? His reaction is causing more bad news to be created, causing more bad numbers to be created. And he doesn't seem to have a way of pulling himself out of this vicious cycle, right?
Identity, doing all of these different things that make his election much, much, much harder than it otherwise would have been. And Democrats look at this and say, that's the Donald Trump we know. And that's the Donald.
Yeah, pardoning Michael Flynn is a scary thing.
They want for this election cycle. And so they have gotten it. And so Donald Trump has lost tremendous support across key and crucial battleground states as Kamala Harris gains it. So thank you guys so much for watching this video. Make sure to comment down suggestions below. Subscribe on the left if you.
All right, let's take a look right now, and that's Let's Talk Elections on YouTube. If you want to follow them, it's a good channel for keeping track of the polls and everything. This is an ad. Sorry.
Insulin at $35 a month, and the total cost of prescription drugs at $2,000 a year for seniors. And just yesterday, we announced that we are lowering the price for 10 more life-saving drugs. As president, I will work to build the housing we need, and by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building
what you're seeing
new homes
with these promises now.
class.
It remains to be seen how they'll be fulfilled.
Get a tax cut by restoring the earned income tax credit and the child tax credit, through which millions of Americans with children got to keep more of their hard-earned income.
This is populist progressive politics. This is what the Democrats have been missing.
Now is the time to chart a new...
This is what they thought they would get in 2008. But instead, they got something way too similar to
of your family
what Hillary Clinton would have delivered.
for working and middle-class Americans.
You saw kind of the beginning of this in Joe Biden's, term, in terms of his labor policies. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're right on time for this, right?
Thank you. Thank you. My fellow Americans, it is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president.
Thomas Jerome Newton wants to see Hassan with Amy Goodman. We're going to try to
Let me tell you why that is so important.
Dono goal is up to 36%. Thank you, Thomas. Let me know which of these topics you want to see covered.
We were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years. And the worst
So this is what nobody talks about,
since the Great
especially Donald Trump.
3,000 Americans were dying every day. And our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients.
Yeah, and not to forget, our morgues were overwhelmed.
Businesses were shutting down.
There were refrigeration trucks parked
Workers were losing.
parked in front of hospitals to carry away the dead.
Were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within 2 months of taking office, our government did respond.
So the fucked up thing about the politics, the way that it works right now, is that this idea of
Which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class.
so you've got a new administration taking over, and they're immediately saddled with the results of the last administration.
Assistance for small business.
So when Trump's policies cause, problems that manifest in the next administration, there's a tendency to blame them for that, right? I wanted to look at the crime rates to show you exactly where it went up and exactly where it went down. But yeah, obviously a president doesn't have time to affect the conditions
Tenants and homeowners from
the second that they take office.
We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%.
And the worst thing about this, the even worse thing than that, right, is this tendency to think of it in 4-year increments, right? 2016 to 2019. That lets Trump off the hook for 2020. And that puts Biden somehow on the hook for a year that he was running for president. He wasn't
President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country.
But it takes politicians with the courage to go against,
To summon that will again.
to go against the interest of capital, right? That's what we're missing too often, is that courage.
Struggling every day to just get by, to put food on the table,
Democratic politicians at their best,
and to get the health care they need.
Democratic politicians at their best are a cowardly lion.
Bottom line, we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class.
They go in often with good intentions, wanting to help people, wanting to help workers, wanting to help the poor,
When 60%
and they just get it hammered into them that you can't do that.
the top 1% have never, ever had it so good. And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got some bad news for them. That is precisely what we are going to do. And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely
Yeah, pay no attention to the corporate backers behind the curtain.
what we want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process.
That's been a need since, no.
In both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections.
So there's always been influence of wealth, of capital on elections, but it's been particularly egregious since the early 80s, right? Since some
We must overturn
court cases that went down then,
United Supreme Court decision
and any attempt to reform this has just been toothless.
and move toward public funding of elections.
You need to build a wall between wealth
We must do.
and elections,
To join
and that is not easy.
the industrialized world and guarantee health
Since Tammany Hall, yeah, well,
people as a human right, not a privilege.
like I said, it's always been an issue, but it's gotten much worse since the 80s.
We need to raise
Right, and that's why you see, right, Reagan is in some ways no accident. Right, Reagan is the result of
need to pass
judicial decisions.
so that workers
Reagan is the result of money in politics, metastasizing.
and gain the decent pay and benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers' salaries, and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug costs in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical. Putting forth budgets to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. Letting polluters destroy our planet is radical. And my friends, we won't let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR. But much, much more remains to be done. We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad, we must end this horrific war in Gaza. Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire.
Okay, so we got Pritzker coming up next. Pritzker from Illinois.
At home right here, we must take on big pharma, big oil, big ag, big tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people. On November 5th, let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
Okay, so that's Bernie Sanders. Pritzker is scheduled to speak next, and they are more on time than they were last night, right? This was probably supposed to go on the Bernie speech maybe about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. So I would say they're only 20 minutes late, which is, there's Pritzker. So this is the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, and there's music that we don't want to listen to. I don't know if we're going to stick with Pritzker.
Welcome to Chicago!
But yeah, this is kind of his home, this home turf.
We're a great American city in a proud blue state. Our patriotism was formed in frost and in fire, and in the steel we forged to survive both. Our love of country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln.
Wait, am I even right about this? Maybe they're more later than I thought.
To Barack Obama declaring blue states and...
Ooh, yeah, actually, chat, you know what? They're an hour and 20 minutes late. I think they're about an hour and 20 minutes late. Wait, are these... No, wait, are these...
Now, Illinois'
Oh, no. This is, okay, wait.
And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois delegation when I say we claim her too.
Yeah, time zones are fucking me up here.
Now, one president we will never claim is the con artist the Republicans nominated in Milwaukee last month. Donald Trump once called Chicago embarrassing. To quote a great Chicagoan who won 6 world championships on these very grounds, we take that personally. I had to govern for 2 years while Trump was president. Let me tell you what's embarrassing. In Illinois, we passed a massive bill to fix our roads and bridges. When Donald Trump proposed his own plan, he turned right around and called it stupid. We eliminated the grocery tax.
No comment says Pritzker looks like a 1920s mafia boss. Well, this is Chicago.
Illinois invested in clean.
This is the city of Al Capone, so.
Donald claimed that windmills in the ocean made the whales a little batty.
Yo, what about the birds?
During COVID, we supported.
Get him talking about birds.
Jobs. And Donald, well, Donald told us to inject bleach. Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire.
Wait, is he a billionaire? Sorry, is he saying he's a billionaire?
Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity.
I mean, like, a lot of people say this about Trump, right? His finances aren't super transparent. And, you know, he doesn't have money to pay up his legal bills. A lot of people speculate he's not actually a billionaire.
But the anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away. Here's the thing.
But he's definitely got the class consciousness of a billionaire.
To drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward. Americans want the hope of giving birth through IVF, not the fear that it might be taken away. Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it. Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random guy open carrying an AR-15.
I thought he was going to say worry about prices. I thought he was going to say worry about prices, but...
Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program.
Damn.
And if Americans are black or brown, they want to get promoted at work without being derided as a DEI hire for the sin of being successful while not white. Let's be clear. It's not woke that limits economic growth. It's weird. And these guys aren't just weird, they're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies for Elon Musk and not for everyday working people. That includes a secure retirement and good health care.
Yeah, I guess I don't know Pritzker's story, right?
Not police who you're sleeping with. More than anything, Democrats want economic policies that are kind, not cruel. But Trump chooses cruelty every time.
Cruelty is the...
Everything he's achieved in his own life
is the goal.
by hurting someone else. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, well, they've spent their lives lifting people up, not pushing them down. They know that a White House that leads with kindness looks at someone who is struggling and sees not what they might cost society, but what they might create for it. Americans want policies that give every American a chance to make it to the middle class. They want to grow small businesses, and Democrats want to cut taxes for everyday people. More than anything, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little serenity. The serenity that comes
Serenity Now movement.
An affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country a total mess and the woman who has spent 4 years cleaning it up.
Again, he's kind of feeding into the myth that the vice president,
It's time we stop expecting women to clean up messes without the authority and
okay, that's where he's going with it.
the job. Vice President was a good title for Kamala Harris, but you know an even better one? President of the United States of America.
The president does use the vice president to do things, right? In fact, with Kamala, you know, she did negotiations with other countries. That's what the whole borders are thing was about, right? But in terms of having power, in terms of being able to determine the policy, right? The vice president is not really given that. So let's get back to this the numbers, right?
Back to today's video. Today is Tuesday, August 20th, 2024, and today we are going to be talking about a Kamala Harris landslide victory. I want to preface this video by saying that this is not an electoral prediction by any metric. This is not where I believe the state of the race is going to be. I am fully expecting that there is going to be a tweet from some conservative account screenshotting this saying that this is my election prediction. I am here to say in the very beginning that it is not. I saw this happen in 2020 and in 2022, and so I just wanted to clarify. But of course, bad faith actors are going to act the way they do moving forward. A landslide victory for Kamala Harris, first and foremost, needs to be put into the context of where we are nationally. My most recent election prediction has Kamala Harris winning, but not winning by a lot. And a landslide in today's day and age looks very similar to a Barack Obama victory rather than one of Ronald Reagan or Richard Nixon's second term. Now, the 2024 electoral map is also built in a way that Kamala Harris really is never going to clear a metric like 400 electoral votes. Back in 2020, my Joe Biden landslide victory map looked something like this, with Donald Trump at just 125 electoral votes and Joe Biden at 413. Now, 413, very obviously, was very, very far out of the fray. That's not an electoral college victory that really anyone should expect for either side of the aisle at this point in time. And we've started to see that over the past 2 decades, the possibilities of a landslide have really narrowed because of polarization and states that have just become so exceptionally conservative and liberal that they're unwilling to vote for anybody, regardless of who the nominee might be. And we've seen that on full force recently, too, with approval ratings that are record low for incumbents, Republicans, like Donald Trump, who had record low approvals across battleground states and across many safe red states where the margins were roughly similar to what they were back in 2020. In 2016, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump had approval ratings that were both less than 40%, and both of them, of course, had to reach 50% in some states, and so they did. And so there isn't really as much of this idolization around nominees like there was under Ronald Reagan in 1980.
Wait, what are we actually looking at, though?
Electoral college victory and a record high approval, and not to mention everything going in favor of Ronald Reagan. But in large, a landslide means something very different today than it meant 20 years ago. And so,
okay, so I really don't know what why Biden is the one on there.
What What we're going to be looking at is a realistic landslide victory for Kamala Harris. And it actually isn't too hard to envision that this map could...
Okay, so I think what we were looking at first was a map that just isn't realistic. How a landslide used to look, how a landslide could look. Again, the Ronald Reagan, I think it was the 1984 election. You've got every state except for Minnesota being won by Reagan. I don't remember. I'll take a look for you at the Richard Nixon landslide election. But they're showing what 413 electoral votes would look like, and again, a lot of it doesn't seem likely.
Could be something that we see if Kamala Harris was to make a major improvement nationwide, but it isn't something that I think is going to happen because it's not the current state of the race, and we haven't had any indication that we're on track for what would be, in my eyes, a landslide victory for this election. But in order for this to happen, we would require many states to, those safe states, already be safe. Some states to move over to be
one county that determines Arizona. Are you talking about Maricopa?
3 electoral votes that we consider to be safe. Donald Trump has similar amount, but we'll be characterizing those a little bit afterwards because we're just going to finish the safe Democratic states first. 181.
Is that right, Shakespeare?
And so in order for this landslide to happen, again, keep in mind that this is going to be a shift, a massive...
We are at 40% of the dono goal.
Anywhere near a landslide. It would.
I'm going to keep an eye on the convention for you.
Sometimes decades on end to flip.
Oh, a venture capitalist. Wow.
Party, but not likely in where we are today. So Kamala, 181. What other?
To be fair, the Republicans have a VC running as their VP, right? That's what that's JD Vance's pedigree.
Move over to the safe column. Well, Tim Walz on the ticket. I would say Minnesota would have to be.
Yeah, very rural. Well, if I'm right, Shakespeare, does that include both Phoenix, Greater Phoenix, and Tucson?
One of those states. I'm already fully expecting it to be a Minnesota. Kamala Harris plus 10, 11-point victory with Tim Walz on the ticket. We're looking somewhere around the ballpark of 15, 16 points in favor of the Democrats. And so while that may seem like a 4-point shift, that's not what we're going to see on the grand scale. It's just what we might see in a state like Minnesota, because at some point you're maxing out, right? And Amy Klobuchar landslide victory looks very similar to something like that as well. A state like Colorado, which was already Biden plus 14, would easily clear that safe characterization. And states like Virginia and New Mexico, which were...
So we're starting off...
would also be moved over into the safe column. And then also...
We're starting off with safe states, right? On both sides.
Bringing back Latino voters in New Mexico combined with just swing state voters moving in favor of Kamala Harris. And again, this is a hypothetical scenario. So
now, chat, some of these safe states, right, did not look so safe under Biden.
Explaining that New Mexico, Colorado, Virginia, Minnesota would all have to be safe states. And I would also include...
Right, so Minnesota is one that didn't look safe. You had some really worrying... Virginia, actually, yeah, you had some worrying... New Mexico, yeah. So here, I've got 3 states that are now considered safe states, right? And that should be safe states for any Democrat, but that under Biden, with how badly he was doing, with the amount of erosion of his vote underwent since 2020, you saw Minnesota, you saw Virginia, you saw New Mexico... looking more like lean states, right? They lean that way, right? Rather than safe states. And that's concerning, right? You don't have that issue with Kamala, and you definitely don't have that issue in Minnesota with Tim Walz.
The state of Maine, at large, it typically isn't a safe state for the Democrats. It was under Obama briefly. Now it's more of a likely state.
What flavor? It's it's CBD and THC.
10, 11-point victory for Democrats. Hillary Clinton actually only won it by 3 points, but in large, Maine would be at large. Maine would be.
This is the MR blend. People are asking what's in my blinker tonight. It's a MR blend, actually.
Democratic state. So 221 electoral votes for Democrats. From those states alone, Donald Trump still has his own safe states. Even in this landslide scenario, we're not seeing states like Idaho or Wyoming really narrow down. And even Utah, which was a 20-point victory for Trump in 2020. I don't know if Kamala Harris is really going to do that much better than Joe Biden in the state. It's a very interesting one.
There's like a guy that runs in Utah as like what's his name? Like Evan something? As like, I think an independent that sometimes takes some of the... but I don't know. I feel like he's dropped out.
I do feel like the Mormon vote really is a bit wishy-washy on Donald Trump. We're going to say right now, safe red state.
Yeah, that is an interesting thing about the evangelical vote. Even though Donald Trump does not fit the profile of an evangelical by a long shot, right? They do vote for Trump, and they have ever since they gave up on pushing Ted Cruz as the candidate in 2016. But the Mormon vote, for whatever reason, I think it's just because he's an asshole. And well, I mean, I'm sure that there are. Let me put it this the right way, right? I don't think that Mormons approve of being an asshole like that. There might be some other ways that it's okay to do it kind of on the down low, but the kind of transparent asshole that Donald Trump is not a figure that has been embraced in Utah to the extent that it has in other religious right states.
That's the safest bet, for no pun intended. Nebraska. At large, Nebraska's 3rd district, absolutely going to be safe. That 1st district, though, we want to keep an eye out on. I'll talk about that in just a moment. Kansas would not be a safe state. Oklahoma would be. Arkansas, Louisiana. I'm going to hold on Missouri and Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, Alabama. These are the states that we would consider at face value to be safe Republican. Now, this isn't because these are states that aren't
interesting.
The Republican Party. I don't do these characterizations.
So, look, I would put Indiana in there. I would consider putting Ohio in there. I would put Kansas as safe. And I would probably put Montana as safe.
Based on chance, I do it based on margin. And so these states,
Maricopa is purple. Yeah, the interesting thing about Maricopa County and the Phoenix, the greater Phoenix metropolitan area is they're for an urban area, there's a lot of conservatives there.
States would be 15 points plus for Donald Trump, but it really brings him down to just 75 electoral votes in the states that would be voting for him by massive margin.
Maybe not so much in Tucson.
Taking a look back at the 2020 election and you're taking a look at some of these margins, just think about it for a moment. In 2020, states like Missouri went to Trump by 15.4. Well, very reasonably, it'll drop under 15. Indiana was 16.1. Montana was 16.4. South Carolina was already under that margin. Kansas was already under that margin. Alaska was already under that margin. Mississippi was 16.5. And so I really don't think it's too far out of the fray to say these states would be likely red states. Missouri, Indiana, Mississippi, Kansas, Montana would be likely red states. But that pretty much brings us to a point, South Carolina as well. And Nebraska's first, which also in 2020 was also under 15 points. So that's not really too shocking for many people. And Nebraska at large was 19.1. I'm not really on the point where I'm going to say a landslide victory would even bring Nebraska at large to be less than 15. So here we are, 122 electoral votes for Trump, but then comes in Kamala Harris, having in states that are considered to be likely blue. These are states that are pretty considerably strong for the Democratic Party, and what it means for Democrats at large is that they're at, roughly 5 to 15 points. So we have a bunch of states that we can characterize as likely blue. States like Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin would have to be likely blue at this point. So that brings Democrats all the way up to 265. But we're forgetting there are far more states that can be characterized as such. States like New Hampshire would have to be likely blue. These are states that were already likely blue. It was typically coupled in with Minnesota, but right now I'd say that. Nebraska's second, which actually just had a poll out today showing Kamala Harris up 8 points. 8 points within that district. Brings Democrats already to 270 electoral votes. Now, moving beyond that, we have 146 electoral votes yet to be characterized. States like Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Iowa, Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Maine's second, Alaska. 146 electoral votes. They're not all going to go to Kamala Harris. I will say, a narrowing up of the race does require Kamala Harris to make improvements on Donald Trump's margin, but it doesn't mean that she's going to win every single state. I do think, though, we are going to find that with a landslide victory, that she gets Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, she also would move a state like Arizona very, very close to being a likely blue state. In fact, I'd say actually 5 to 6 point margin. I don't think the same would happen in a state like Georgia. I think it could happen in a state like Nevada. I think it's entirely plausible. Biden won the state by 2.4. So did Hillary Clinton. Obama won it by more twice. And so Nevada is a historically Democratic state. The polls might say otherwise, but they did in 2012. Romney was supposed to win the state. Obama was supposed to win the state by 2 points. He won by 7 in 2016. Trump was supposed to win the state in 2020. Trump was supposed to win the state. And so the polls in Nevada have a far long history of underestimating Democrats. Moving over, though, to Arizona, trends here do tell me that, Kamala Harris would do better. Brings her to 287, Donald Trump at 122. The final states here that really need to be characterized with a sense of urgency. Iowa and Ohio are the states that I really still think are going to hold out for Trump, as well as Maine's 2nd District. I really don't see it getting much further than that for Democrats. I think that Democrats would love to win those states back. they are too far gone. And I know that might be something the Democrats are really hoping isn't the case. The Senate race is a different story. That's a different race. Sherrod Brown would easily win in a map like this one, and so would John Tester, but it would bring Trump to 146 electoral votes because they aren't going away. They're not going back in that sense, right, to the Obama era. So Ohio, Iowa, Republican states, even in a map like this one. But it does mean that Kamala Harris wins states like North Carolina and Georgia. I think that she would be able to clear that benchmark, win North Carolina by 1 to 5 points, win Georgia by 1 to 5 points. These are states that are winnable by the Democratic Party. It brings Kamala Harris to that number that they're really hoping they can get, which is 319 electoral votes. But they're not moving into the likely territory. Georgia is far too conservative. Arizona is much more flexible on that end. North Carolina, still far too conservative, and going to be at most for Kamala Harris a lean characterization. Now, the final two states, 3 states. Alaska, Texas, and Florida. You might be wondering, why am I holding out on Alaska so much? Well, based on what we saw in 2020 is that Alaska shared a characterization similar to that of Virginia and New Mexico. And in terms of a universal swing, I think Alaska could genuinely narrow down to less than 5 points. Alaska does not like Donald Trump. It is a Republican state, and they are red through and through, but they do not like Donald Trump and anyone associated with him. In
Interesting.
2022, we saw the August special election result in Mary Peltola elected to this United States House of Representatives. That was because she defeated Sarah Palin, who was endorsed by Donald Trump. She won by 3 points. 3 months later, she won by 10 points. Reason being, she was the popular Democrat. She was a Republican endorsed by Trump, and they don't like them there, which is why Kelly Tshibaka was defeated against Lisa Murkowski. Lisa Murkowski, who has not too high approvals amongst really anyone within the state. And so Alaska, I think Trump could really be in a point where it's a 5-4 point margin. Donald Trump wins. It's not going to be a massive victory, but it's a victory nonetheless. It brings Kamala Harris far closer in a state, especially if Mary Peltola brings her across to that close to the finish line. The final 2 states here. What do we have? Florida and Texas. These are 2 states totaling up to 70 electoral college votes.
Okay,
Kamala
so
Harris, if she was to have a landslide victory, I would have to say, I agree with my 2020 characterization that Kamala Harris in this hypothetical scenario would win Florida by less than a point and Texas by less than a point. No.
Okay. So here's the deal. I disagree slightly, right? In that I think that Ohio and Iowa are probably more winnable than Florida. Not by much, right? None of these states, Ohio, Iowa, Florida, Texas, is Kamala likely to win, right? Texas has been looking more and more purple every year. There's always people that try to say, this is going to be the year. The Democrats are going to win Texas. And I don't know, it may be partly because of the solid Republican control of the state government that I don't think it could happen. Florida maybe slightly more likely. Ohio and Iowa, these would be states that if there was enough like disgust at Donald Trump in suburban districts, right, that you might actually see those swing back by the slightest margin. But yeah, Texas and Florida, that is aspirational in my opinion.
What's going to happen in this election? Don't say that I'm predicting that it will, because I do not believe that will be the case this cycle. But if we're talking about a universal shift, Joe Biden only lost the state of Texas by 5.6% in 2020.
Geo Dragon says Alaska also really doesn't like Sarah Palin since she abandoned Alaska after she ran as John McCain's vice president. And does that sort of, but it's not an ideological thing, right? Georgia before Ohio, says Pritzker. Yeah, no, definitely.
Mitt Romney won the state, 8 years prior by 16-17.
We're gonna keep keep a look on
consistent 5-6 point on average trend towards.
Got some more ads.
And so when you're talking,
we saw this one last night. Yeah,
actually was to continue. Believe it or not, Texas would be decided by less than a point this cycle. I still think it's a bit too much for Democrats to tackle. It's not being invested in the same way. They're going to spend $100 million in Michigan and $10 million in Texas, and that's the way this is going to go. But in a scenario like this one, if Kamala Harris was to see an electoral college landslide victory, the pathway would actually lie through Texas and Florida, which would be a state that Donald Trump would likely win now.
Okay, so I think I get what he's going for here, right? Like I said, Ohio, Iowa, Texas. You could also put Missouri into there, right? Florida, right? These are possible, I guess, right? But not bloody likely. So I think what this YouTuber is asking himself is like, what would a Kamala Harris landslide look like, right? What's the most likely scenario that brings that about? And so, her winning Ohio, Florida, Texas, and Iowa like strains belief. There's just like no way. So, you know, like if she wins 2 of those states, though, that's pretty good. And even though I think that Ohio and Iowa are more likely than Florida and Texas, the thing that gives her a landslide, the thing that gives her a victory landslide status, like we're looking at right here, 389. She's not crossing into the 400 level, right? But 389 is pretty big, and that's through winning the 2 biggest states out of these 4. I think that's where he's going with this.
By 6-7 points, but in this hypothetical scenario, Kamala Harris would win. And so it brings her to 389 electoral votes, Donald Trump to 149. Democrats flip Texas, they flip Florida, and they flip North Carolina. But again, this speaks to a broader message of polarization and difficulty in Democratic and Republican landslides, because the map isn't conducive to that. The American electorate is not conducive to that. And it results in landslide victories like this one that, again, feel much more reminiscent of Obama's 2008 victory rather than that of Ronald Reagan's 1984 victory. Different scenarios. Different.
Yeah, Metal says Texas is not going to be a swing state this year because Republicans have too much power there. As long as people keep claiming it will be a swing state, it never will become a swing state. Yeah, I feel like the Texas state government is just too corrupt to ever let that happen. It is a bit ideological.
Circumstances, same America, very different voting patterns. And so finally here, 389 to 149 would be a complete and total rejection.
Alex the Face says Alabama has a lot of Dems that don't get involved. They just don't vote.
Of Donald Trump. And I think the implications of this would extend beyond just Kamala Harris's mandate for victory.
Yeah, Josh Schneider, I agree with you. 389 is a bit of a pipe dream. It's a beautiful pipe dream, but I see like a more likely, let's see, we take away 70, right? So it takes her down to 310. And then we add back 23, takes her up to 333. I think that a more likely scenario is going to look like that. Is going to look like 333, right? Rather than 389. Or I don't know. Let's say, what is more likely though, Florida or Texas? Like neither of them are very likely. Let's say that somehow she gets Texas and Ohio. Right, so we 367. That would be my ceiling, right? And I don't think that Let's Talk Elections thinks this is realistic. I think that they're just asking the question that, you know, should there be like a cascading series of events that redound in the favor of Kamala Harris and to the detriment of Donald Trump? Like, what is the most extreme situation that we could possibly see? And I mean, this is pretty extreme.
But that Donald Trump and his MAGA wing of the party should never, ever, ever be nominated on the presidential level again. Based on the way we've seen this real, and I hate to use this word because I really don't like to characterize voters in this way, but it is this cult of personality around Donald Trump that is exhibited.
Yeah, North Carolina is definitely not, it's likely, anyway, it's not something that I'm characterizing as a swing state. It's a lean state, right? Leans Republican. So it's possible, it's just not likely.
So many losses for the Republican Party over the past 8 years. It is this association with a candidate who has only shown that he can win once against a uniquely unpopular Democrat. And as
that's what I always say about Hillary. She's like a historically bad candidate.
Never won once again. In 2018, lost. In 2022, lost.
And what's funny is I do sometimes see people try to make an argument for the Nebraska 1 district, right? Nebraska, just like Maine, they delegate 2 of their votes based on at large, based on the vote in the entire state. And then the 2 other votes that they have, they delegate, or sorry, in Nebraska's case, 3 other votes are delegated based on the districts here. And, you know, you've got an urban one, a suburban one, and a rural district with Nebraska. And I sometimes see people make an argument that this, like, surrounding this district District 1 might somehow swing to the Democrats.
2020.
But again, we're talking about one electoral vote, so
lost. And now running again in 2024, and based on the metrics, and Democrats should not get complacent, but based on the metrics, he's on track for a loss today. And so it'd be interesting to see if this was actually to be the scenario. Would Nikki Haley's wing of the party rise up? Would Ron DeSantis rise up? Would other people rise up? Would JD Vance be politically irrelevant? I don't know, because this is not the situation we will be in. The election will be far closer than this, but a Kamala Harris landslide can really only be displayed in a map like this, 389 to 149, roughly 200 electoral college vote victory, 240 electoral college vote victory, given Kamala Harris flips in Florida and Texas and North Carolina, likely setting Democrats up for decades of victories across these battleground states. Because the interesting thing of this all, if you were to take away all of the swing states and give Kamala Harris just Texas, she has enough electoral votes to win the election, which is something that many Democrats look at and say, maybe that should be the state that they're targeting in 2028 or 2032. And maybe they're right. And maps like this really only for that point that Texas and Florida are a little bit more interesting than we might think when it comes down to building out an electoral strategy. And
people don't recognize how purple Texas actually is. But again, a lot of people that are election nerds, they are always like, this is the year for Texas, or, same thing with Florida. With Florida and Ohio, what we've seen is not just like a bad terrain for Democrats to run, but a swing, a momentum towards the right. Those states are becoming more conservative, right? That's why it's not likely to see, you're not likely to see Kamala win Ohio or Florida. With Texas, it's trending the other way. And with Georgia, it's trending the other way. And in fact, we've seen some recent successes for this, unexpected successes for the Democrats in Georgia.
Former President Trump is talking about something on CNN specifically related to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'd like to ask both of you to stand by for a second. We just cut the clip. We just turned it around. I want to play it here.
Have you considered him for a role in the administration, and what role would that be?
Well, we haven't, but I would love that endorsement because I've always liked him.
So if you don't know, Robert F. Kennedy has been shopping himself around, right? Since Kamala took over for Biden, his poll numbers have not looked as good. And it's particularly bad for Trump because he's pulling a lot less from the Democrats, and he's pulling, he's overall like hurting Donald Trump's chances more. Therefore, it makes sense for him to pull out and endorse Trump. He does have more in common with Trump's point of view, although from what I've heard, and this is an option in the dono goal in the bonus material, right? I've got that on there. RFK joining Team Kamala. It's actually in last place right now, right? Chat choosing violence is on the top in 40%. Tim Walz's Caucasian tacos in second place with 22%. Elon's AI copyright infringement in third place with 21%. And RFK holding up the rear with 18%. And I guess, wait a minute. So we're 40% of the way towards the dono goal. I feel like there's some donos that I've missed, though, in terms of what people want to see. So remember, when you donate, let me know which of these topics you want to see next. You want to see as bonus content, because I will put your money where your mouth is, and all you got to do is ask. All you got to do is tell me which of these topics appeals to you, and this goes for Twitch as well. So.
Would you also consider putting him in the administration?
You're asking me a very unusual question. I haven't been asked that question yet. I like him a lot. I respect him a lot. I probably would if something like that would happen.
Explain, Alex Seitzwald, who's joining us now here on set, why this is even coming up as a possibility. RFK Jr.'s running mate basically floated this today and said, and I'm paraphrasing here, if the goods are good enough, right, if there's a deal that's good enough, RFK Jr. might consider dropping out and backing Mr. Trump.
Yeah, these are some truly remarkable.
I gotta say, he looks like a sleazeball at this point, right? He looks like an absolute sleazeball. And when you've seen how much his platform, how much his his issues have kind of moved around, right? You see what I'm talking about, right? It does seem like his candidacy is for sale to the highest bidder. So yeah, whatever respect, whatever credibility, whatever independence he seemed to have in the past, he was given by people essentially for not being one of two very unpopular major party candidates. Right? He got a lot of got a lot of maybe undeserved accolades for that. Right? But whatever kind of credibility he had, he's slowly. He's literally selling off.
Comments from Nicole Shanahan on this podcast where she basically acknowledged that they have no real path to victory at this point. She spoke in past tense about the campaign, said they do not want to help Kamala Harris get elected in any way, and they would work with Donald Trump, which is, of course, what Democrats have been accusing Kennedy of doing this entire time, and they've adamantly denied. But now that the campaign is kind of coming to the end of the road, they're looking at some kind of offer. And I spoke to some Kennedy supporters this afternoon about those comments, and one that really stood out to me was this guy, Kyle Kemper, who's been driving across the country in a bus that he made himself with Kennedy's face on the side. And he was furious at the idea of Kennedy working with Trump. He said it would be a deal with the devil, he shouldn't be trusted, and that it would betray the whole ethos of the campaign, which is about independence and breaking the two-party system.
Garrett, we heard former President Trump in that interview suggest that he would love RFK Jr.'s endorsement. Probably more newsy if he said he didn't want the endorsement. Of course he would, right?
I think, Hallie, but I've been playing this out in my head all day today, and I actually think I could make the argument that Kennedy's more useful in the race to Donald Trump as a third-party candidate, as a vote sink for people who don't like Kamala Harris and don't particularly like him than he is as just another endorser. As Alex was just pointing out, I'm not convinced that Kennedy's endorsement brings all that many of Kennedy's voters to Trump. The idea that he can be out there for people who, the double haters in the previous consideration of this race when Joe Biden was still in it, but I think it still exists. People who just burned out on the two-party system. If that lowers Kamala Harris's vote totals in any number of places by some significant measure, isn't that more useful than another endorsement from someone who can be used against you just as well as he can be used for you?
Garrett Haake, thank you very much. Alex, on this whole issue, it came up because of somebody we haven't seen a ton of on the campaign trail, and that's Nicole Shanahan, RFK Jr.'s running mate.
Yeah, she has been basically absent since she was announced on very few events. I mean, the whole campaign has gone kind of dark in a while. And I think this podcast interview was an explanation of why we have not seen a lot about her, because she said a lot of things that I don't think the campaign would have liked her to divulge. And basically saying the campaign is over, that she said the Democrats made us a spoiler. Clearly very, very upset, very resentful of the Democratic Party, which she was a member of for years. Said her biggest regret in life was supporting Chuck Schumer and giving him money to help the Democratic Senate turn. So she is out for revenge. She talked about maybe running for governor of California and floated this deal with Trump, which has been kind of, on the margins for a while. But it's clear that she's done with the Democratic Party. I think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is pretty much done with the Democratic Party. So they might be like a Tulsi Gabbard kind of figure and have gone full to the right in Trump's camp.
What do the numbers show? And is he even on enough ballots in enough states to make a difference here?
He is on enough ballots theoretically to make a difference. And that was her word when, can you win? She said, theoretically we could win. But, the polls show that he's still pulling about 5 to 10%, depending on the polls. And some of those voters would definitely go to Donald Trump. I spoke to some of them today. I even spoke to a lifelong Democrat who said that she would consider voting for Donald Trump, which is something that she would never consider if Kennedy asked her to. But then I also talked to a lot of his other voters, like Garrett was saying, who said they will never vote for a major party candidate at all. And it's not clear to me that even if Kennedy asked them to, that they would do it.
Alex Seitz-Wald, good to have you on this, a topic that has made getting a lot of buzz today, given some of those new remarks. Appreciate it, friend. Good to see you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
Oh my God. Okay, so to keep an eye. It looks like Tammy Duckworth is speaking right now. I don't think we got a chance to look at this yet, and I wanted to. This is the phone call between RFK Jr. and Donald Trump. So he's already teased the idea of dropping out before.
there was some breaking news actually that happened just now that we wanted to talk about with RFK Jr. and his campaign. So his running mate, Nicole Shanahan, appeared on a podcast recently and is now talking about dropping out of the race, her and RFK Jr., and endorsing Donald Trump. So Matt, could we cue that up, please? We have the video here. Guys, let's go ahead and take a listen.
That tells me right now is that we just have to keep.
So we're going to take a look at the podcast that this came from. It's called Impact Theory. This is Shanahan, the vice presidential candidate running with RFK, a former Democrat who apparently contributed to the Schumer campaign and is mad, it sounds like, because the Democrats have successfully tagged RFK as being not like them, right? Which is where his at least part of his appeal came from, right? You had a very unpopular Democratic candidate in Joe Biden, and you had a very familiar name with Kennedy on the ballot, first running as a Democrat in the primary, and then later dropping out when he realized he just didn't have really much of a chance, and hoping that he could still peel off some of those Democratic votes. And it looked like it could maybe happen under Biden. It's looking a lot less likely under Kamala, and I wonder what where her anger comes from, because it wouldn't just be that, like, well, they took our votes, right? They put in a more popular candidate, and now that she's, I hope it's not that, like, petty, right? Because that is, we've had a lot of pettiness tonight, and this would be, we started out with some pettiness actually in chat. If you missed that earlier, it was a little bit exciting, a little bit too exciting, but this is this would be petty beyond petty if she was just really mad about the numbers themselves, right? What I could imagine her more likely being mad about is the Democrats running negative ads that correctly identify RFK Jr. as an anti-vaxxer and as a right-wing conspiracy weirdo, and give the Democratic voters enough reason not to vote for him. So let's see what she's going to say, though.
Keep being honest. I got to just keep being honest. I got to keep focusing on what matters the most outside of party lines. I need to focus on a vision that goes beyond November. And if that means that we stay in, and, there's benefits to staying in. If we get over 5% of the vote, we actually establish ourselves as a party. 71%.
What would it be, though? Would it be the Brainworm Party? Would it be the Falconeers Party? What would RFK call his party, chat? You can let me know in chat what you think RFK would
of Americans
name it.
Want a strong third party with a real shot at winning. There's even public funds available if we get over 5% of the vote. So we could get, I think it's like $13.5 million in public funds to keep the party going. And that's, that's worth something. That means that
you got some Breaking Points fans in chat. Yeah, I mean, unbiased. I mean, I'm sure there's some biases, right? But the difference between Breaking Points and other networks is they do have, and they're trying to kind of do what The Hill did, but maybe in a more, in a less slanted way, right? This is the Breaking Points, to my understanding, was kind of founded after Sagar and Crystal left The Hill. And, there's a long line of people that have done The Rising that have then quit and moved on to bigger and better things. But essentially the idea is to bring in right-wingers, bring in left-wingers, bring in some people with unorthodox points of view, and try to, establish an audience that kind of crosses ideological lines. So, I mean, there are tendencies that Breaking Points has, where there's certain agreements between the right-wingers and the left-wingers on the panel, but largely speaking, it is a very different sort of platform than most of the political YouTube channels that you'll see that have a definite point of view and cater to one audience, or to The Hill, which has really been kind of like a false neutrality, a false objectivity. It really did slant noticeably and undeniably to the right, and sort of used people like Brianna as a punching bag.
We can position for a real third party election in 2028 where we don't have to go around and spend tens of millions of dollars on ballot access, which means that we can spend all of that time and money campaigning. So,
I mean, that's a nice set. I was going to say, what is this podcast? But damn.
There's two options that we're looking at.
That's an expensive set.
And one is staying in, forming that new party, but we run the risk of a Kamala Harris and Walz presidency because we draw votes from Trump.
Okay, so there you go. There you go. There you go. Where's their allegiance? Who are they closer to? Donald Trump. It's straight from Shanahan's mouth there.
Trump, or we draw somehow more votes from Trump, or we walk away right now and join forces with Donald Trump. And
what's so wild is that, like, and it's in the bonus content if you want to. This is one of the options you can vote for. Apparently, RFK actually approached the Kamala campaign, right? And that's wild. That's wild that they would be like, we could maybe endorse you if you were to give us, or maybe give him a position in the cabinet. Now, can you imagine? What the fuck would RFK Jr. What do you want, RFK Jr.? What would RFK Jr. do in her administration? The parasite czar? Like what? Some kind of like something to do with hunting? I don't know.
We walk away from that and we explain to our base why we're making this decision. Not easy.
Clearly.
Yeah, not an easy decision.
Okay, let's go over that because the most.
God, I want one of those ghost energy drinks. What do they taste like? Anybody had a ghost energy?
Right there at the end. There's two options that we're looking at. One is staying in, forming the new party, but we run the risk of a Kamala Harris and a Walz presidency because we draw more votes from Trump. So,
oh my God, that's Ditka. You're right. This is Portnoy's. They're. How do they have such a good relationship with Barstool? I mean, that's a pretty big platform in and of itself.
Oh, guess we've settled that question.
There's a lot going on there. I mean, look, we haven't gotten a response yet from Bobby or anybody else, but it's pretty clear. We talked about this yesterday.
Also, she bankrolls the campaign.
Yeah, she's literally. Oh, actually, there's a bit of news on that. She got a refund. I'm gonna pull this up. Actually, from the campaign. Here, there was just
is Ghost Energy goth. Maybe I don't know anything about it.
Yeah,
it looks kind of yummy though. I like energy drinks, chat. I know they're all made of like artificial this and that, and it's bad for me, but I really like energy drinks.
Nicole Shanahan got a $925,000 amount of money that she put into the campaign actually refunded last month. I'm not exactly sure how campaign refunds work. That's
sometimes a loan. Sometimes a loan.
Wait. Maybe they're not sponsored by Ghost Energy or Body Armor, but maybe Portnoy is, and that was part of the deal. He was like, yeah, you can use the studio, but you got to have the Ghost Energy on screen at all times. Have the Body Armor there. Show the Michael Jordan with our Body Armor sign.
You can also do it weird, yeah.
Okay, let's think about this. We haven't heard yet from Bobby or RFK Jr. any response from the campaign.
Fossils are, yeah.
But regardless, I mean, when the campaign's running mate is like, we don't know what to do,
yeah,
and there haven't been a lot of campaign events, and she basically is like, we don't want Kamala Harris.
Artificial doesn't necessarily mean bad. Sometimes natural is even worse.
Harris to win, and they would take away votes from Trump because empirically now at this point they are taking votes away from Trump. It does seem quite both logical if that's who they want to align themselves with, but more importantly, I mean, what a crazy and a shocking thing to say kind of out loud if they do stay in the race.
As a running mate.
Yeah, as a running
Right?
mate, especially. I mean, it's like, what? Wait, so are you in this to help? So, I mean, basically, it's like, were you in this to hurt Joe Biden? Like, what are you doing here?
This is the kind of thing that strategists or aides will strategically leak to Politico playbook, right? Like, this is not the kind of thing that you're used to seeing just blurted out in full transparency.
She is saying the quiet part out loud of as far as their goals on energy drinks are yummy and addictive. I know, right?
Podcast from the running mates.
I used to drink them like all the time. I used to drink a ton of energy drinks.
/ main financier, right? She's playing two roles there, running mate and major.
Where's Crystal, says Lesbot. Now, Crystal did a segment on Breaking Points. Maybe we'll have a chance to watch it. She had her own take. I guess maybe, so they are in Chicago. Let me just point it out this way, right? They're actually at Dave Portnoy's studio. This is the studio for Barstool Sports. This is the, you may not have heard of this guy, but he's pretty big, pretty influential. And actually, even, his political takes are listened to. Didn't he have an issue with some right-winger? I can't remember who it was. Chad, can you remind me who Dave Portnoy had a blow-up with?
I should say, not main, but major financier, maybe main, but I don't have the numbers right in front of me. So it's fascinating. The other thing that stood out to me from that, I haven't seen getting a lot of attention, is she says if we can get 5% of the vote, that's
a lot less than they used to say.
That as a ceiling, the fact that she's talking about maybe getting 5% of the vote here in August 2024, when they were hitting up to 17% before they felt like they had really even gotten off the ground 6 months ago. We were talking about potential Perot levels, and with good reason.
We're talking Perot. Actually, no, I shouldn't make fun of that. Perot actually did lead I think it was the 1992 election, the one with Bill Clinton and George W. Bush's father. Perot was actually ahead for a decent part of that campaign.
Because it looked like there was a snowball starting to roll down the hill with money, with kind of organic support from the public, a smart strategy. But the fact that right now they're only talking about perhaps a ceiling of 5% of the vote, that is in and of itself from the major financier and the running mate herself. Yeah. That's huge. This could be a very different convention.
Also, I question her investment acumen if she's going to put like $100 million in to earn $13.5 million. I don't think. Let's not go crazy. I think she floated that she could potentially do that.
Well, I mean, it does just. Honestly, this is a bad look for the third party world, is the way I would put it. Because now you're effectively taking yourself out of the independent sphere and you're saying.
So Tool 5150 is saying, I think Perot got 19% of the vote. If Kennedy goes to Trump. Yeah, so in the end, I think you're right. It was a much lower. Perot was an interesting one, right? He's a very wealthy man. I don't remember if he's a billionaire or a millionaire, but super rich guy, bought his own infomercials. That's what he's kind of famous for, is that he ran an infomercial or something like that, right? He bought infomercials to support his candidacy, and this was going to be how he won. And then he was ahead while he was in. At some point, he decided to drop out. He decided, nope, I'm not going to run. And then he changed his mind. He was in, then he was out, and then he was back in again. And when he came back in again, his numbers never recovered to, he was never really in contention again.
Well, we actively hate not to both candidates the way that, one of the things that Bobby always tries to do is be like, look, I don't agree with Trump. I don't like Trump. I don't want to endorse Trump. There's so many things I'm very different in. That's why that you should vote.
And that's what you got to do to try to be if you're in there to be a spoiler on the other side, right? You gotta do that. Or even if you want to just like pull equally from both.
For me, I am also not like the Democrats. I haven't sold out or whatever on X, Y, and Z. But with this running mate situation, you're like, well, it would mean Kamala Harris and Walz would win, and it would draw votes.
Would RFK affect the election that much? It really depends.
away from Trump. So do we drop out and endorse him? You're like, wow, okay, well, that's actually a very different look for the third party system. And frankly, a lot of the appeal that RFK had, I actually thought a huge amount of the appeal that he's had, just anecdotally from talking from people who are independent, is they don't like Trump either. Yeah, if they did, they would vote for him.
It was the double haters with Trump and Biden.
Bingo,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so whenever you kind of explicitly align yourself with Trump, and again, to be clear, Kennedy's not done this, but I mean, having his running mate do it is very significant. So Ryan, I wonder,
like, I'm seeing him pull around 5%, and so it seems like he would be a big effect. But the question is, like, what are the second choices for those people? For the 5% that are saying Kennedy, right? How many of those would choose Trump, and how many of those would choose Kamala? Because even if it's something like, let's say, like 2% Kamala, 3% Trump, it doesn't really get Trump to where he needs to go.
If this comment itself, I don't know if RFK Jr. voters who are already, I mean, they're very enthusiastic people, are going to be happy with him, for his running mate saying this.
No, it's totally bizarre.
Right.
Like Emily said, it's so weird to see it done kind of out in the open like that. And we've had this long running conversation about who.
Okay, so we're starting to get
Biden or Trump. And for her to just come out and say, like, actually, we are going to hurt Donald Trump if we stay in the race, and therefore we think we might need to get out, is such a curveball from the beginning. When
if you're gonna admit that you're hurting, that you would rather not hurt Donald Trump's chances, right? Then you might as well get out, right? It's thinking out loud. They don't need to do this, right? If that's the calculation, if you really have your worst case scenario is Kamala wins, right? And you think that dropping out and endorsing Trump would help Trump, then you just need to do it. You don't need to think about it.
Democrats were panicked.
Yeah,
that Kennedy was going to be drawing.
Right. I mean, honestly, Republicans should be the ones.
Double haters are a good Irish punk band for real.
Did he run initially?
You could get me to believe you, even if it's not true.
Democratic primary?
Yeah, I mean, basically, they forced him out because he wasn't allowed basically to do anything. Biden wouldn't debate him. They effectively pretended he didn't exist, even though he was polling at like 20%. I thought it was smart that he did the third party. One of the things that, I mean, this is the thing. As a person who actually does care about the third party ecosystem, it is disappointing because she's correct, both about the amount of money, public funds, and the ballot access, and being able to build something around some sort of unity ticket. That's how all third parties start. They start out very, very small. I mean, look at Europe. You can go from literally 5% of the vote. Look at what the Front National or whatever in France. You can literally go from like 5% to like the number 2 party in the entire country.
Parliamentary system now, but yeah.
Sure, but here, I mean, it's all about ballot access. It's about names. And this is something that, what was the ticket that Trump ran on in 2000? What was that?
Oh yeah, that's something else to remember about RFK. Is that his ballot access is limited. He's not on the ballot in every state. Now, you can vote for him in every state, right? You can write him in, but in terms of being listed on the ballot, his access is somewhat limited.
The reform
Party.
Yeah, this was the original theory of the Reform Party, which was birthed from the Ross Perot, victory for third party candidates. And so that was a brief moment in time where it seemed likely. So anyway, I think it's very disappointing for like the overall third party system. But generally, I think it's a bad look for RFK, honestly. And if he does do it, it does look like you were kind of in this all along to just hurt Joe.
I listened to what she said about why. Unfortunately, the clip was not long enough. We could open that up, but it does look like we've got some action here at the Democratic National Convention. So Imhoff has left the stage. That is Kamala's husband. And I'm guessing that next we've got Michelle Obama. Former First Lady. Okay, so let's take a look. Nope, we don't need the music, though. We don't need the music. We do need the sound now, though. Maybe? There's the cheese heads. The cheese heads are going wild.
Okay. We got a big night ahead. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Hey. Hello, Chicago. Yeah. All right. Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this.
It definitely is here, chat.
But it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long.
I've got the majority report blend in the air right now.
It's the contagious power.
Sam Cedar's special combination of THC and CBD.
The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback.
Again, I feel like they kind of trashed the brand of hope a little bit. Obama did.
That until recently,
I'm not going to put that on her.
the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings. Is that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if
she's going to lead us to Obamianism.
Drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, "Don't sit around and complain about things, do something." So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And
see, I don't like it when they say stuff that reminds me of Hillary's branding.
A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life.
The other thing about Michelle is that
regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth.
So this is true, right? There's been a honeymoon period with Kamala.
Everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black.
So we know about the beef between Donald. We know about Donald hating Barack, right? From the press dinner, or from the birtherism that was his entrance into politics was birtherism.
I want to know who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs.
That was. There we go. There we go.
It's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health.
So that's the next move for the Republicans, right? Banning IVF.
Shutting down the Department of
Abortion was step one.
Banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love. Look,
we're dunking on DeSantis here. We're dunking on DeSantis. She's not just coming for Trump.
Instead,
she's coming for little Rhonda. Little Rhonda.
Small.
Putting Ron.
And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small.
Please hit Donald Trump with that. Please. Come on. Connect it to Trump.
It's unhealthy.
Please.
It's unpresidential.
Yes, kind of. Was that it, chat? Was there a, yeah. Am I wrong? Am I right?
Would any of us?
I think she called Donald Trump's thing small.
We normalize that type of.
We don't want to normalize that kind of chode.
Demeans and cheapens our politics.
We're talking about Trump, of course, right?
Further discourage good, big-hearted.
I don't know, chat.
Get involved at all. America.
I want a dick joke.
Taught us better than that.
Can we get a dick joke?
We deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice.
Go big or go to Mar-a-Lago, right? Am I right?
But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against.
Now, I can't tell. Is she going to take us back to 2020?
We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized.
They're actually there at one right now. Right? We're earlier today.
Remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No.
Are they body shaming him?
Because the minute something goes wrong,
I might just be projecting, you know.
Folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right.
She said they go low, we go high, right? That's Michelle Obama.
We cannot indulge our anxieties.
I really want a dick joke.
Somewhat like Kamala, instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected.
Okay, so now we're on to the vote scolding portion.
And Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human.
Did I get it backwards? Did I say that?
They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division.
No, it's not stealth sassy. It's...
I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no
Okay, so chat
has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support.
I was trying to remember
for that kind of foolishness.
Whether Donald Trump has fed into conspiracy theories about Michelle Obama, and it turns out it wasn't the Donald, it was the Donald Jr.
Consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to...
Yeah, that's right. It was Donald Jr. speaking for his dad. Yeah.
We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us.
I feel like I've heard a lot of toxicity towards Michelle from Trump fans.
We have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past.
Okay, I think that's real. I think that's there.
With our action,
I think that's...
we have the power to pay for...
But it's not just a dick joke.
...sweat and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it.
So it's not just a dick joke that's going on, right?
And let us keep moving.
It's also, he's a small person, right?
Yes, always higher than we.
He's petty. That's a big part of what she's actually, like, it's a multifaceted.
Walz, thank you all. God bless.
It's a multifaceted dig, right? Sure, like the dick joke is there. If that's what you came for, if that's what you want, you got your dick joke. Sure, small, whatever, right? But it's also, he's petty. He's small.
Before I go.
And this ties into the strategy of weird. Instead of painting him as a monster, you paint him as small. The one
You all, thank you for all the
Achilles heel of fascists everywhere is ridicule.
to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about.
Yeah, but Josh, that's not toxicity about her.
Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life.
And that's actually not toxicity. Yo. Omega Star with 1,000 bits. Michelle Obama, so fucking popular. Or so fucking inspiring. Vox Populi. I got the... So there they are. Kind of like the best first couple. But yeah, we've got some real issues with Obama that I talk about all the time. But the kind of conspiracy theories, the kind of toxicity you had towards Michelle were like transvestigations and stuff like that. And they love to obsess about her in that way. Oh my god, mute. What am I thinking? Oh my god, mute. Thank you, Omega Star, for that 1,000 bits. I might need that, as I might have just left that music on for too long. I got kind of wrapped up.
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, so he's known for his speeches. Let's see what he's got.
It's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama.
Well, look, he's lucky, right? It's 11 o'clock it's 11 o'clock Eastern.
Because this convention has always been...
He's like an hour late. This is like an hour late this time.
...to believe in a country where anything is possible.
Matt Walsh is on the convention floor in disguise. There have been a few.
To elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
So she's not there tonight. She was there last night.
It's been 16
She's apparently, they went back on the road, Tim and Kamala.
Accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president.
So again, kind of maybe some sore feelings about Joe Biden getting pushed back into a really late time slot.
I'm an Irish blood. Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most.
He's 62.
When millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend.
So, I mean, like, this is questionable. This is like, you know, the Pelosi Biden relationship. We don't know how that's going right now. He was a big part of the force, maybe making Biden aware that he needed to step aside. And it's not clear how Biden feels about that. So there's been, you know, issues between Obama and Biden going back to their administration.
This will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling. Where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together?
I'm staying in the race.
Is for certain. Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago.
Okay, now, is it a danger? This is a tightrope act.
Of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing Kamala.
Donald Trump being able to play off of Obama has worked for him in the past.
Childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
But he does know how to roast Donald Trump. So if you didn't get a dick joke from Michelle, if you don't think that was real, you got a little something from Obama in that direction.
To the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day.
He does whine. He does whine quite a bit.
Now, from a neighbor,
they did become friends. Maybe there's some distance, right, between them, especially on Gaza, especially on how Obama handled Israel, like and settlements in particular.
As nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign.
This is true about Trump. It's also shitty about Biden.
Vote.
Do not boo, vote. Okay. Wow. He's like doming the audience here.
Doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course...
Yeah, Obama should remember him roasting Trump as what? That's kind of what I was thinking of, Dragon Princess.
He wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer.
Although, to be fair, Trump shot first with the birtherism.
Him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest...
But it's like this, chat. Let's say that some small streamer took a shot at me. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to watch their video and I'm going to roast them. I might make that person bigger by doing that, right?
That the sequel is usually worse.
There we go. There we go. The sequel. We don't want to see the sequel. We don't want to stick around for the sequel. Zaddy Obama.
For a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
But yeah, Obama probably could have just like not given Trump that attention. I mean, how was he to know that this would be the result? But still.
And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems, she'll be focused on yours.
I mean, this is straight out of.
She won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is.
Did Pod Save America write this for him? This is like a very workshopped talking point.
Tim Walz.
I don't know if it's too on the nose, though, right? This is what they want to imbue, the sense that they want to imbue on people.
Let me tell you something. I love this guy.
Kamala's more concerned about your problems. Trump is more concerned about his problem, right? I don't know if you can just say it, though.
Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal.
Yeah. Metal, I was kind of like, I mean, not literally them, but it reads very much like a,
even when we don't agree with each other,
like something the campaign comes up with, right?
to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead,
God, I just want to see him
within reach of more Americans.
I want to see him say Medicare for all. I'm not going to hear that. He's not going to say that.
College shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work.
I'm not sure. You said pivoting to deregulation, Sassy.
For their right.
Do you mean in terms of the building more units?
And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents, just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias. That will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union or put poison in our rivers or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that.
Sounds like his speech
Democracy isn't just a bunch of
from 2004
and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's
the people say there's a blue America and a red America, but I only see one America.
Including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the world.
George Bushy asks me, can Obama get elected again? No, he can only have, he's served 2 terms, and that's the limit for president.
When we don't, the world's a little dimmer, and dictators and autocrats feel emboldened, and over time we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policeman, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world.
Michelle could run, yeah. People talked about her maybe
Must be a force for good.
being the
Discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. Now,
yeah, Michelle was talked about as a possible fill-in for Biden when he was dropping out, but she said she wasn't interested.
ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes.
Likes?
We chase the approval.
Make sure to like the stream,
We build
because your like can't last forever.
around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone.
Walz, there we go.
Trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other.
Oh my gosh, I've never done that before, chat.
But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there.
So again, this is an expansion on his 2004 keynote address.
Feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better.
I mean, that's the frustrating thing about Obama is like
Excitement that we're seeing around this campaign
he was in a moment where I think
I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because
I think the people were feeling something very much bolder than what he was prepared to offer, but he couched his campaign in hope and change, and people projected on that.
their mother-in-law any more than I love mine.
But yeah, at his heart, he's this guy that says there's not a red America and a blue America. There's one America. We can all come together. And
the least pretentious.
And, you know, the worst that gets is things like the Grand Bargain, where he tries to come together with the Republicans to harm Social Security so that he will get credit in the press. He will get that legacy as being the person that started the Democrat that started cutting Social Security.
Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way.
I feel like for progressives, what we want is the rhetoric of Obama combined with the policies of Bernie.
Called Peru, Kansas.
Is what he's saying about like not scolding, not defining your politics by the opposition to the other, as Hillary Clinton was tempted to do, because she didn't have that much of a proactive agenda.
They were strong, smart.
That there's better ways to go about politics rather than things that turn off voters that you need to come in and vote for you, because generally the more voters, the less likely Republicans are to win.
Without fuss or complaint, and provided an unshakable foundation of love for them.
But there may be a way to go after Trump's bullshit without feeding the troll. I think that's maybe the one thing that Obama can offer us in terms of a blueprint going forward.
Discrimination and limited opportunity.
What was Hillary's agenda? She never really had to say because she was defining herself in opposition to Donald Trump. It was going to be an easy election. You're running against the meme candidate. You just say, look at that fucking... Look at those deplorables over there.
They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or...
You know, it's kind of funny that Trump never paid a price for being a braggart.
Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure.
He never
in simple things.
Paid a price for being an egomaniac. Like, that was never on the table.
A good meal.
Maybe would he pay a price for being a racist?
Helping up.
Would he pay a price for being a misogynist?
And most of all, seeing their...
These were questions, but there was never like a questioning of his personality. And I honestly think that's where it starts as far as any sort of attack on Trump.
Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican,
he's up his ass so much, and that gets lost along the way somehow.
We all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to lead this country just a little bit better than they found it.
I mean, Shiny Nicks, like, I feel like the division in America is a little bit, when it's seen as a historical high, that's a bit of an exaggeration.
Where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called.
And when you're saying the problem is division, like, what are you really saying? Should, like, gay people be, like, 30% less gay? You know?
What he called the better angels of our nature.
Should pregnant people be able to control 70% of their reproductive rights and just let the other 30% go?
Over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States and Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in, and together we too will build a country that is more secure and more just.
And what do you think? Is he going to end with, like, yes, we can? Is he going to end with there's not two Americas? Well, let's get to work. So yeah, there were some reprisals of previous themes that he's invoked at these kind of events. I gotta mute it. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God, that's twice that I've forgotten. And it was like his music that, like, specifically that I forgot to mute. So yeah, I don't know if they're gonna let me keep the monetization for this stream or not. Thank you everybody who's donated during the stream. You really help offset that. If there's like a setback where I let some copyrighted music slip through by accident, so I really appreciate everybody that contributes in whatever way you do on days like today. Looks so much younger than he did when he left office. Really? He's lost some weight, it seems like. Are other people noticing that? We've had Yes We Can, I'm With Her, and Not Going Back. Yeah. Okay, so they're doing like some more like benedictions at the end of the Shiny Next, thank you for signing up as a member. Oh wait, I should say this, right? I should press this button. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. You just got yourself weaseled. Congratulations, Shiny Next 86. But yeah, there's the second night of the DNC convention. I'm gonna be here all week, folks. No, I'm gonna be. Well, yeah. I mean, actually, I think I am. I think I am. I'm kind of trying to just like grind through the rest of the month, so that I have a little bit of breathing room next month. Maybe some time to work on some videos and stuff like that. Work on the community. Try to put together the new Discord and everything else. But yeah, it's difficult. Night 2 is a net positive, unless Hillary was on. Hillary was on last night. She came on before Biden, and honestly, if they were going to bump anybody, they should have bumped her. I mean, that's never going to happen. There's no way they would have bumped her, right? But in terms of like, they ended up bumping James Taylor, a musician, and also Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a former Democratic Party chairperson, and pretty conservative Democrat in general. Asefian says he looks smaller, but not younger. Yeah, I don't think he looks younger, but he hasn't aged badly by any means. By any means, that's what I was trying to say. By any means, he has not aged badly. That's what 8 years of 14 to 20-hour days. It sounds like being a YouTuber. It sounds like kind of similar. Yeah, Debbie is the worst. DWS. She got bumped, but yeah, I mean, if they'd bumped Hillary, they could have gotten Biden in at a decent time. They could have gotten him in before his bedtime. As it is, it did look like he might have imbibed in a bit of the Mountain Dew prior to the speech that he made. He did look weird. But not bad, honestly, compared to like some of his campaign appearances. Biden did pretty well, and it's probably because the pressure is off. Not great. He did flub a few lines for sure, but he kind of laughed at himself, which shows like a kind of self-awareness that wasn't really present in that debate. And I think that was the biggest problem. The biggest reason that debate with Donald Trump was so damning for him was it was bad that Joe Biden mixed up Medicare and COVID, right? But what was worse is that he wouldn't admit that was a problem, right? There was no self-awareness. I got this. I'm staying in, right? I'm staying in, like, right? The fact that there's no self-awareness, the fact that even Biden does not see that he is unable to do the job as the candidate, I think might have been the most disconcerting part of the whole affair. And now he seems to get it. He almost winked. He almost winked a little bit when he flubbed one of his lines.
Biden, and I mean, and that's not.
And he stayed with it until he got it right. Right. That's a difference too, because right, as opposed to like, we finally defeated Medicare, and just like sitting there as if, yeah, no, totally defeated Medicare. Good job, Biden.
Not what you set out to do.
What people in RFK Jr.'s social circle said at the time was that because of who he and Cheryl Hines are friends with, and the dinner parties that they go to, etc.
Right.
They don't want to do anything to help elect Trump.
Yeah, they don't want to.
Cheryl Hines definitely doesn't want.
They don't want to be the Ralph Nader.
Now, Cheryl Hines is the wife of RFK Jr. You may have seen her if you've ever watched early episodes of Curb Your Enthusiasm. She played Larry David's wife, and apparently they met. RFK and Cheryl Hines, I think, met through Larry David, maybe even through the show.
Of 2000, like socially for a while.
Or the Jill Stein.
Yeah. I mean, he was killed, if you'll remember that.
Yeah, and so to go from there to now the vice presidential nominee is worried about hurting Trump is just a wild swing.
Certainly.
My prediction is he just drops out.
It could be.
I mean, I think that's really
because he's plummeting.
Right. Well,
5 is not a floor.
Yeah, but he's gonna endorse somebody.
Right, and to navigate all of those different sort of scenarios, as we were just discussing, the best thing to do is just quietly drop out and say, I was crushed by the DNC machine. I was crushed by the anti-third party machine of American politics. I was crushed by the establishment, and maybe try to rebuild something else afterwards. But Sagar's point is so important that this candidacy was built on double haters. It was built on people being upset with both Trump and Biden. It's viewers of shows like this,
but it's a shitty candidate, right? Let's be honest, right? This was a year for a breakout third party candidate. This could have been the year. This could have been the time to do it, right? And RFK was, I don't know, if that third party was QAnon, then yeah, RFK is the candidate, right? But you'd hope that there's like a serious candidate that's not like a meme candidate and a conspiracy theory candidate and a weird dude that, look, I feel like if he had been more of a serious candidate, it would have been worse for him. The stuff that came out in that Vanity Fair article, right? And and also with breaking points. So he, there was an article written about him where I believe it was two people that did childcare for him and his wife reported some inappropriate things happening while they were working for him. One story even goes that in one story he asks the woman to massage his back with lotion. He says he's got this lotion. He needs to get it worked into his back, right? So it's like, I guess there's plausible deniability, but still, inappropriate. And then the other one, he makes the moves. There's no doubt about it. From her description of it, he made a move on her. Now, this is, allegations, right? And so he goes on breaking points and he is asked, what about these allegations? Are these true? And instead of saying, no, I never did anything like that, or this has been exaggerated, or any sort of denial, instead of any sort of denial, he's like, I was a different person when I was younger and was very irresponsible and have matured considerably since, right? And I think he was like in his 40s, right? So what he's playing off as a childish, like, indiscretion is something that happened in, his middle age, and it's just, and he didn't deny it. He didn't deny it. Which, right, if there had been more attention paid to RFK, I think that his reputation would have gotten rightly destroyed.
Just can't stand what both parties are doing, and you cannot capitulate to that at all.
Okay, let's take some questions from the chat. We're going to take, 5 questions, Griffin?
Yeah, 3 to 4.
Okay. We'll take 3 to 4 questions, and then we actually have a guest standing by.
Bucky says the problem with conspiracies like RFK's is that they make uneducated people feel educated. That's probably part of the draw. The feeling that somebody's got special knowledge, right? That the normies wouldn't know about this, right? But I've heard some things, and I've read some studies, and they don't know enough to look at the source of the studies and decide that this is not a credible person.
So while we stand by and get that guest ready, Crystal actually taped a monologue and a reaction to last night that we will play for all of you. So let's go ahead and begin with questions from locals. A reminder, everybody, these are from our premium subscribers. You can become a premium subscriber and try 1 month free trial, DNC free at breakingpoints.com. First.
Yeah, in a way, it's not entirely different, Bucky, than the Peterson or the Shapiro appeal. There is a difference, though. There is a difference, right? Peterson and Shapiro tend to talk in words that are slightly above the reading comprehension level of their audiences. And as a result, the people that listen to their lectures, that listen to their speeches, will feel a sense of accomplishment, will feel a sense of challenge. And, these are people that maybe, dropped out of, freshman or sophomore year of college and always, maybe talked down to by the TA and felt, the TA had blue hair though. The TA had blue hair and multiple piercings, and they were just they weren't having it, right? Well, with Peterson and Ben Shapiro, they're being talked down to by somebody that they think deserves to talk down to, that is their social better, right? And there's some sexism mixed into that for sure. But yeah, with RFK, it's a different thing altogether, because I don't think that RFK is necessarily speaking over his, he's not doing that thing, right? He's not doing the intellectual thing, but he is doing the sort of secret knowledge thing. He is doing it's a conspiracy theory version of that, right? Where the flex is that I am more open to trusting information from people outside the authorities, and thus I am bestowed with this special knowledge that you just don't have, that you and this is how the world is, and I know this, and RFK Jr. knows this, and whatever other conspiracy theorist I watch, Russell Brand knows this, right? But you wouldn't know this. You're a normie, right? You're not cool enough.
Who is that dude on the couch?
Warpdag says Rogan's shtick is always the same. He reads a semi-truth somewhere. He's read a semi-truth somewhere that is as a premise to establish some sense of authority on the topic, and then the rest is just nonsense. Yeah, that you get the feeling that he's sort of like vaguely remembering something, but not remembering it correctly, and then he comes up with something else that's, totally different, but he's kind of like, well, I have heard something. You can almost unravel the little kernel of truth in what Rogan is saying sometimes. Rogan got Elon Musk to smoke weed on air, which got the entirety of SpaceX subject to P-test for 3 years randomly. That's not cool. But he didn't control the board at that point, right? There was some concern about amongst the investors, I believe, when that happened. But now it's like they're just kind of resigned to. They're sort of like resigned to it.
That's producer Griffin.
Yeah.
How do people not know Producer Griffin?
Yeah,
Come
who
on.
is this, by the way?
Yeah.
Didn't we start with Mac and now we're on Griffin?
Mustache.
This is a man who
He was
literally
here when we came in.
I'm from Barstool.
Yeah, he's actually
Griffin's here with his mustache and
Right.
thrift store, grandma sweater.
I bring the ghosts.
Yeah, he's the one who he's our ghost supplier. Actually, he's the distributor.
He's
Emily,
the
did you
plug.
bring Bud Light Lime to Chicago?
No, but
you drink Bud Light Lime.
I think I said something recently about how Bud Light.
I mean, Bud Light's just gross.
It's not a bad beverage.
That's a whole other.
It's not bad, but I did buy some Corona for us, but
That's true.
Sagar
You brought
didn't
me
touch
some
it.
LaCroix.
Yeah, I did.
All right.
I did.
Do you think RFK Jr. is just fielding cabinet position proposals? This is from Cebus 101. What do you think? Do you think he wants, allegedly the reporting was that he went to Trump and was like, give me HHS and I'll drop out and endorse you. And they said no.
Well, if you remember at the RNC, we were supposed to interview. I was supposed to interview Bobby.
I don't really remember all this because
Bobby. You call him Bobby?
Yeah, that's right. But the video leaked of that conversation.
Right.
And so his day got completely shot. And I think that's where we started to really see the momentum halting, is that it looked like he was cozying up to Trump. But I think maybe it was more than anything, I'm curious what you guys think, but more than anything, I think it's just sort of a way to negotiate a good exit at this point. I don't think he had that in mind, but I think it's what maybe it's becoming.
What do you think, Ryan? You think he's going for a cabinet position under Trump?
Yeah,
and more importantly, why won't Trump give it to him then?
So the reporting was that the Trump campaign felt that it was too aggressive and explicit of a quid pro quo.
Right.
He denied that when we reported this originally at Counterpoints. I did not mention that RFK Jr. denied it. My apologies for not mentioning that.
Yeah.
Accountability here.
He's not
it also doesn't sound
by the Senate.
Yeah, good point. Yeah,
well, there are czar positions.
Yeah,
he could take like an executive.
He could be the
office
vitamin
job.
czar.
The vitamin czar. I mean, hey, it'd be worse.
He could be the ghost czar. There we go. So, chat, they're talking about something that we did not end up watching, although I thought about showing you this. I'm going to show it to you now since we're talking about it, right? This is a call between Donald Trump, and I think that maybe Trump made the call. I think Trump was the one who called, right? And Bobby Kennedy, and they're discussing something in the order of a RFK dropout and an endorsement of Trump, ostensibly as a bit of a quid pro quo for a cabinet position or something similar. So let's take a look. I have not looked at this yet.
Recorded his end of the call, and we have part of that. Let's listen.
Something's wrong with that whole system.
So the recording was released by, I think, one of his sons. Released this recording, and yeah, Bobby Kennedy III. That's who. I think. Wait, am I right? Yeah, it is, because he's junior and third would be his, I think, his kid, right? And just like his kid was aware of this call and felt like it was in the public interest to know, which I agree with.
Yeah, and it's the doctors you find. Remember, I said I want to do small doses. Small doses. When you feed a baby.
So he's talking to RFK Jr. about vaccines. And proposing some weird vaccine middle ground where he's like, small doses of vaccine may be okay, right? but they're just taking a baby and they're pumping all kinds of just like this giant needle and just like right into the, it's like he's presenting this image that like that somehow doctors just forgot that maybe a baby shouldn't have too many vaccines at once, and only Trump realizes this. Again, special knowledge.
A vaccination that has like 38 different vaccines, and it looks like it's meant for a horse, not a 10-pound or 20-pound baby. It looks like.
But again, it didn't. I don't remember if Donald Trump did he get on board the ivermectin train? I mean, you're talking about a parasite killer that is meant for a horse.
You should be giving a horse this, and do you ever see the size of it? Right, it's just massive. And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change radically. I've seen it too many times. And then you hear that it doesn't have an impact, right? But you and I talked about that a long time ago.
This is Donald Trump trashing the very vaccines that his administration pushed through in a very successful way. And I just want to make abundantly clear, all vaccines that are approved or authorized for use have been proven safe and effective through rigorous scientific studies. Severe reactions are exceeding.
Yeah, I will sign on to this. This is
rare, and the CDC says the benefits far outweigh the risks. The World Health Organization says vaccines prevent more than 4 million deaths every year. Critical fact check there, but the fact that Trump is trying to appeal to one of the most well-known vaccine opponents, clearly trying, Audie, to get him to drop his bid and get on board with Donald Trump. What does that tell you?
I kind of want to defer to Kristen here, but for a time, people thought maybe Kennedy would take votes away from Biden, and that was the big concern. And I think that sort of changed after a while as people started to take a look at this very kind of mixed bag coalition of people who are supporters of Kennedy and try to make sense of it. Obviously, the Trump people have, or else this phone call wouldn't have happened.
David, the other thing happening this morning, we saw this kind of, I don't want to call it leaked, but it was an accidentally posted video of a call between Donald Trump and RFK Jr. This is fascinating to me because normally a third-party candidate we wouldn't be paying a ton of attention to, but this is someone who has the potential to impact.
Wait, I kind of just want to see the whole thing. Are they going to show it?
This race. Why is Donald Trump having an in-person meeting with RFK Jr. and calling him on the phone, and they're chit-chatting about vaccine skepticism?
Yeah, so let's put the vaccine skepticism aside for a moment here, since we know that approved vaccines are indeed safe and effective in this country. But it does speak to some ideological alignment and where Trump is still in pursuit of something here. I mean, this is what I find so fascinating. He has the phone call on Sunday, of course, talks about how he's doing after the shooting as well, in addition to the vaccine piece. But then the in-person meeting here in Milwaukee on Monday, that is a concerted effort to try and see if there's a way to bring RFK Jr. and his supporters into this Trump fold. It's something that the Trump campaign has been keenly focused on throughout the entirety of this campaign. They are of the mind that there are some real alignments with the RFK Jr. voters, and they saw him as a potential threat, and you see him right now trying to embrace it.
Yeah, and I would also say, I mean, one of the things that we've heard over and over again since the shooting on Saturday is that Donald Trump is actually trying for this message on unity. Now, I will be clear. How long this lasts, if it lasts, we have no idea.
Anyway, we're watching a month-old video. Now, I was hoping they were going to show just the freaking... I don't know if there's an issue with the misinformation that they're...
I cannot tell you... Apparently, calling Donald Trump. I don't know who shot this video. It's sort of amazing.
How did you choose to move to the right? So I guess that's
in the last 48 hours or 72, whatever.
Yeah. Go back a little bit.
How did you choose to move to the right? So I guess that's people say, if I was looking straight on, right? He said, I said, I was just showing a chart. I didn't have to tell him the chart was on all the people pouring into our country, but I just turned my head to show the chart. And something wrapped me. It felt like a giant, like the world's largest mosquito. And it was a bullet going around. You know, what do they call that, an AR-15 or something? That was a big gun. Those are pretty tough guns, right?
He has no awareness. I mean,
I don't know what's going on with RFK, right? A, does he know he's being filmed? B, like, why is he... I don't know, maybe Trump just calls you and he talks over you and... Okay, this is frustrating because I don't see... I don't think I've seen the entirety of this clip. I'm not sure where we would find it. I try with the Hill.
With you, man. Something's wrong with that whole system. And, you know, and it's the doctors you find. Remember I said I want to do small doses.
Okay, so here he's with his vaccine denial.
Doses. When you feed a baby, Bob,
again, this is not true what he's saying.
A vaccination that is like 38 different vaccines. And
doing this partially for educational purposes to let people know that this is what vaccine disinformation sounds like.
looks like it's meant for a horse, not a, you know,
But this is coming from the former president of the United States.
10-pound or 20-pound baby. It looks like you should be giving a horse this. And do you ever see the size of it, right? You know, it's this massive. And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change radically. I've seen it too many times.
It sounds really similar to like RFK talking about going down like a trail or something and seeing a couple with a child and saying, hey, that's a great baby you've got there. Telling them not to vaccinate it, right? This is
Then you hear that it doesn't have an impact, right? But you
hear the babies are changing. The babies are different. There's the babies transforming into...
I talked about that a long time ago. And anyway, I would love you to do something. And I think it'll be so good for you and so big for you. And we're going to win. We're going to win. You know, we're way ahead of the guy. And, you know, he's interesting. It was very nice, actually. He called me. And he...
Yeah, so Biden called him after he was shot. This is, again, about a month ago when this call went on, maybe a little bit more than a month ago. Now, when this call happened, and
said, how did you choose to move to the right? So I guess that's people.
Oh, how did he shoot? When he was saying that earlier, I thought he was talking about politically.
You know, if I was looking straight on, right? He said, I said, I was just showing a chart. I didn't have to tell him the chart was on all the people pouring into our country.
So he loves talking about the chart, the immigration chart that saved his life. Like he said, he was turning his head to show the chart, which is something that he doesn't normally do in terms of having charts at his rallies, and that was what caused the bullet to miss him.
But now I just turned my head to show the chart, and something wrapped me. It felt like a giant, like the world's largest mosquito. And it was a bullet going around. You know, what do they call that, an AR-15 or something? That was a big gun. Those are pretty tough guns, right?
RFK Jr. has since apologized.
So he apologized
for that segment of their call being leaked.
Okay, I was taping with an in-house videographer. I should have ordered the videographer to stop recording immediately. I'm mortified that this was posted. I apologize to the president. Yo.
Writes on X, when President Trump called me, I was taping.
What a worm.
With an in-house videographer. I should have ordered the videographer to stop recording immediately. I am mortified that this was posted. I apologize to the president.
RFK Jr.'s son, Bobby Kennedy, had shared the leaked video and tweeted, quote, "I'm a firm believer that these sorts of conversations should be had in public. Here's Trump giving his real opinion to my dad about vaccinating kids." This was the day after the assassination attempt. He deleted that tweet soon after.
I mean, this is definitely in the public interest to know, because Trump tries to weasel about this, right? He tries to take credit in some ways for Operation Warp Speed, and then at the same time undermines his own Surgeon General.
And then tweeted, quote, "Removed last one for mistaking sarcasm for real life." Very intriguing. I think Donald Trump's whole ploy there, like, yeah, vaccines are weird, right? Can I have your 8% vote share, Bobby, please? He sounds like an LA talent.
Again, this is 4 weeks ago. So that 5% that we looked at it in a recent poll, is 8% now, and realistically probably a lot less, because the third-party candidates tend to do less well in the actual vote than they do in a poll. It's one thing to say, I want RFK Jr. to be the president. It's another thing to vote for RFK Jr. when you might have a second choice that you know that you, by voting for that person, you might avoid your last choice, the candidate that you do not want to win. So
he's like, "This would be so big for you, Bobby. You should serve with me." It sounds like a deal in exchange for endorsement of Trump from RFK Jr. that he would be in the cabinet, maybe in HHS, where he would be dealing with the questionable system that Trump refers to. Something's wrong with that whole system, then talks about vaccines. Seems to be the healthcare system in America.
Yeah, he was previously talked about. RFK Jr. was, I think, maybe by DeSantis or by as like FDA or CDC, which would be radically different actually roles.
The DeSantis thing makes sense for him.
This is not all the same, but you're right. That's what that conversation sounds like. Trump offering him something in exchange for dropping out and an endorsement. Don't know if that's likely to happen whatsoever, because with RFK Jr. in the race, for all the talk from media and Democrats about how RFK Jr. is some kind of spoiler or is hurting Biden because he's actually right wing and he's actually trying to help Trump. Like
Bucky says, I heard allegedly Trump has PTC from the attempted understandable. So now that story, I believe, is that he watches and rewatches the tape. So people close to Trump have said that he is reliving that moment through rewatching it, and that can be a sign of PTSD. I think that's where that story comes from.
None of that adds up.
Like, he's not been diagnosed as far as I know, but
at all if he's in the race. If you think he's like more sympathetic with Trump or more in cahoots with Trump, or that he's drawing on the same supporters as Trump, his presence in the race then actually hurts Trump. Now, because it's taking votes away from him. You can't vote for both Trump and RFK Jr. Now, the data, the polling so far shows that RFK Jr. really draws from both, or he's also drawing from people who aren't going to vote for Trump.
And again, this was a month ago, and this was, as far as I know, Biden. I don't think that we definitely didn't have a firm. Maybe there was some talk at this point about Biden dropping out, but it wasn't confirmed by any means at that point.
Biden, and it's not obvious that he's hurting more one than the other. So the kind of panic from the media has been, I think, not connected to reality. Obviously, if he were to get out of the race and formally support Trump, that would help Trump.
Luis Lopez says, "Can psychopaths get PTSD?" I do not have that knowledge. I'm not a expert on any of this stuff, so I have to defer to a mental health professional.
I have no idea whether he's even considering doing that. He has maintained so far that he's not, that he wants to be president, that he doesn't think Biden or Trump are fit to serve an additional term, and that he is working. He's spending money. He's making an effort to get on the ballot in all the states. So I don't know that kind of deal is going to happen. It was interesting, though, to hear Trump, privately try to reassure RFK Jr. that he shares his attitude on some aspects of vaccination, wondering if too much vaccination can be overwhelming or unhealthy for
you get the feeling that Robbie's like, I don't know, maybe so. Maybe those doctors don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Maybe RFK Jr. does.
Specifically, that was a view that Trump was taking there. I think Trump actually may have weighed in on the vaccines causing autism idea that I should say is not accepted by most medical experts. I think he said that some years ago. But yeah, interesting.
That it was a vaccine that looked like it was meant for horses. I don't think Trump is qualified to be a veterinarian or a horse doctor nor a baby doctor.
Yeah, he's not Vosh. Come on. He's not. Sorry.
So I don't think he knows the difference there.
Also, yeah, this is this is some misinformation, just exposing it for educational purposes here. Not trying to perpetuate any misinformation by not telling you that it's wrong.
I love that he says feeding the baby vaccines, though. You picture like a very large syringe being put into the baby's mouth. It just, he also says he got small doses, that he like negotiated with the doctor, like only give me half of that. I don't think that's, I don't think a doctor would do that.
It is the case, right, that for the COVID vaccine at least, they, some medical experts have said, not for babies necessarily. I mean, babies are at incredibly low risk of it.
I feel like Robbie's just gonna like veer us more and more into dodgy territory. I wanted to take a look at this interview with the vice president, RFK's vice president, vice presidential nominee. Okay, so now she's going to deny the talks with Harris. Again, chat, that was in the bonus content for tonight.
We are splitting hairs. I would much rather, obviously, I'd much rather see Bobby and I in the White House. I think we'd do a much better, cleaner, transparent, less corrupt job around all of these things. But if we're splitting hairs, I would say that I trust the future of this country more under the leadership of the Trump and the Thiels and the J.D. Vances than I do right now of the Harrises and Reid Hoffmans.
Very interesting. All right, then what do you think about Walz as VP?
I love his jazz hands. I will say they're
really trying to make it stick, aren't they?
Over there. Walz is somebody I think was a relatively safe choice, but he only sells in an environment in which stolen valor is not like a big deal. Right? He has lied about his military background. And if you are a veteran, you look at Walz and you're appalled that this is not a patriot. This is somebody who has lied, who was terrified of being deployed, who is kind of sneaky and tried to use his military service as a political talking point. And his peers in the military have only negative things to say. So that matters a lot to people who care about these things. Unfortunately, there's a massive population here in the United States that thinks about stolen valor as no biggie. And so my concern is more about that there's so many that aren't taking this seriously than I do about the man himself. But obviously, if the man himself then becomes elected by this population, I think we're in trouble. This is not like the values, the moral compass that is being just accepted as normal by this segment of the population is scary to me.
I hear that. All right, there were rumors going around that RFK was in talks with Trump, that he was in talks with the Harris camp for potential endorsement to
yeah, we're at 52% 55% actually of the dono goal. That is once again close but no cigar. So I might have to take one of these things off of here. It looks like it's going to be RFK trying to join Team Kamala. That had some support, that got some votes, but we're about to spoil it right here, and it doesn't look like we're going to hit the.
Either of them, if they could give him, I presume, a spot in one of their cabinets. Is there any truth to it? Would love to hear about that.
Definitely not in talks with Harris. Definitely never have brought up this idea.
Although I gotta say, we're not entirely spoiling it, right? I don't trust either of these people. I don't. They could have been in talks with both of them. They could be that wishy-washy. They could be that just straight up power hungry.
Idea of an endorsement with Harris. Definitely have never brought up a cabinet position with Harris. So those are the MSN just taking something and spinning it in a way that makes, their chosen political group look good. Fake news. I
love it when somebody says fake news. I mean, it's just like, it's such a weird thing, right? If you remember when fake news entered the American lexicon, they were talking about pro-Trump stories planted in boomer news sources like Facebook, right? There was an epidemic of fake news, but Trump grabbed it, he jumped on it, and he just started calling everything that he disagreed with. Oh yeah, well, you've heard of the fake news. This is the fake news. That is a story that portrays me in a bad way. Fake news, fake news, fake news. I don't have to listen to that. That's fake news. You're fake news. That's fake news. This is fake news, right? And so, I mean, it's ironic that is what it's like the last refuge of a coping Trumpster to call something that you don't like fake news. And it may be fake news, right? It is possible, but it's just like coming from somebody like this, I tend to not trust. It's too easy for them to just call it fake news.
With, that being
Shiny Nix 86, thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, everybody just know that if you donate to the stream, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see next, right? I don't think we're going to hit that tonight. We're at 60% out of 100%, so we're still a ways off. But yeah, choosing violence was winning. So there is some interest in the segment that I actually wouldn't mind covering and would love to get out ahead of it. We may have to wait till tomorrow, though, unfortunately. We may have to wait till tomorrow for our the way it's looking right now, but thank you for the super chat.
Being said, we have offered to talk to everybody about what your policies are, who's going to be in your cabinet. Do you want to hear any of our takes on policy and what might work? We've open sourced out.
Okay, wait, is she what? So you have been in talks, but your excuse is that well, I don't know. Maybe they wanted to do our anti-vax policy. We checked. We were like, Kamala, do you have any interest in denialism? Would you like to? They're like, no, we're not gonna go that way. Okay, well, we just thought we'd check. You sure? You sure you don't want to go anti-vax? And they're like, no, we're pretty sure that we're not.
Our platform very proudly, and I will say that Trump.
There's a ton of fake news, majorly biased at ABC, NBC, and CBS. Oh, yes. But Fox News. Wait, I gotta know, Alicia. Is Fox News okay? Is Fox News real news? Or do you have to go to, what is it? OAN, maybe? Do you have to go to OAN for real news? Or do you have to go to, oh my God, what's the one I always forget? What's the one I always forget? There's another one. I just want to know. Alicia. Where's the real news at? Is it Fox?
Has taken genuine, sincere interest in our policies around chronic disease. He takes it serious.
I always want to say News Nation, but there's another one. I can't remember what it is. Newsmax, thank you. I get Newsmax and News Nation mixed up, which tells you that News Nation's branding is terrible, right? They're Yeah, Newsmax. That you're on it, chat. I can clearly see it by the question. The reporters asked Republicans to Fox's right-wing biased. Okay. But is there a unbiased? See, like, the thing is, the networks that you mentioned, right? It depends on where you're going. If you are going for the evening shows in MSNBC, those are biased, I guess, in the same way that the evening shows on Fox are, right? But you've got an entire morning that's run by a Republican. You've got an entire side of the broadcast that where the and it's a never Trump Republican, but it is still a Republican nonetheless.
For that reason, I think it behooves us to sit and see if we can actually make some real change. And if that is a unity party, I think that it is something that we absolutely owe to the American public.
A unity party.
To explore.
What would a unity party?
Yeah, explain.
I think it would be on day one making sure that our health, the arm of the government responsible for.
Yeah, I don't hate you for it, Alicia. I do feel sorry for you, though. I mean, it's you can find news programs with like a editorial bent like everywhere, and that's not really what I'm talking about, right? Because I mean, of course, when you're watching like the Hannity show, right? I don't expect Hannity to be like, well, I'm gonna pick out some good points for the Democrats and some good points for the Republicans. Like, I don't expect Hannity to call it even, right? I mean, I guess the whole thing that makes it so confusing is that it's like that kind of news, that sort of editorial, show opinion oriented, where it's like almost like every show on a network, and MSNBC does this in places too, right? Has like a certain, like the editorial slant of their host, right? But it is hard to narrow down the question and really talk about the factual reporting, whether it's biased or not.
Health, HHS, is directed by someone we can trust, someone without ties to big pharma, someone who understands the foundations of and preconditions of healthy life, somebody who is not going to sell out our children to profiteering.
Okay, when would you guys make that decision? There's obviously huge concerns that you guys are a spoiler candidate. And so I understand there'll be a public-facing message, but I'm very curious how you guys think about that.
We did not start this campaign. I did not put in tens of millions of dollars to be a spoiler candidate. I put in tens of $millions to win, to fix this country, to do the right thing. I will say that Clear Choice, this PAC, this DNC aligned PAC that was created specifically to take us out, has spent millions of dollars to take us out.
I mean, the thing about them is, though, like, as much as I want to see more choices for the American people, as much as I want to see an end to the sort of oligopoly of the major parties, there's something fundamentally dishonest about the RFK campaign. There's something fundamentally evasive about the platform that they put forward. And, almost in its inception, for a candidate to run with that name, Kennedy, which a lot of people trust, particularly like older Democrats tend to trust, and pitch yourself to the double haters essentially as like, well, you know what, you don't like Biden? Well, here is a Kennedy that you can vote for, and look at this, he was kind of cared about the environment at one point. I mean, he's sold out those views long ago, but and to not realize like that, that the whole idea was to kind of like downplay the conspiracy nature of Robert F. Kennedy as a candidate and the the platform of the candidacy itself, right? To kind of like obscure that stuff and to try to catch some people that are just like low information voters, and like I said, just like they would vote for a Democrat, but they don't want to vote for Sleepy Joe. And there's a lot of and like think about somebody like this, right? Low information voter, but they run into pictures of what's going on in Gaza, and they are disgusted by it. And they wonder why this is going on and what the United States is doing and why that the candidate that they the party that they support, the Democrats, you're supposed to be better than the Republicans, and yet here you are, just like how many 2,000 pounds bombs would you like, Israel? Just this ineffectual attempt to rein in Netanyahu by the Democratic Party. You could imagine somebody like that, and then seeing, oh, but there's a Kennedy running. Well, certainly they must be better, right? It's a Kennedy. And it's like, actually, if we're being real, RFK is an interesting and terrible combination of anti-Semitism with like a pro-Netanyahu foreign policy, which isn't as weird as you think when you look at all the, Christian evangelicals, all the Christian Zionists that support Israel, but not because they care about, Israel, the people of Israel, or the Jewish people as a whole, because they have this weird prophecy where they see the occupation of the Holy Lands as a precondition for Jesus returning to Earth. And they're like, oh yeah, Jesus returning to Earth, that'd be really cool. You know what happens then? Well, what is it? Again, 2/3 of Jewish people are wiped out, and 1/3 of them convert to Christianity, right? That doesn't sound like a very pro, right? It's kind of, but I mean, that's where Kennedy's at, right? With those people, that combination of a real antipathy towards towards Jewish people, combined with a pro Israeli foreign policy, right? Which is, they managed to get the worst of both worlds in there. And that's the kind of low information voter, right? Somebody that's not going to realize that that's what they're actually voting for. Somebody that's going to think that, like, well, Biden's so bad on this, and he is. Don't get me wrong, right? Biden's Gaza policy, abysmal, right? And they start to think, like, how could it be any worse? How could it possibly be any worse? If there's another person on the left, they ran as a Democrat, their name is Kennedy, they got to be better than Biden, right? Right? And it's like, no, actually, no, they're worse. They're worse. Trump is worse on that issue. Kennedy is worse on that issue. And he comes with a whole lot of conspiracy theories too. He comes with many of them anti-Semitic in nature. And so, yeah, that's what's so, like, I don't really have a problem with a PAC being put together to try to make clear to people who might consider voting for this Kennedy-Shanahan ticket exactly what they're voting for, because I don't think that the Kennedy-Shanahan ticket necessarily wants their voters to understand that.
They have unfortunately turned out,
just like releasing that call between Donald Trump and RFK Jr. to the public was in the public interest. I think that, releasing the information of what RFK Jr. really stands for to the American public is also in the public interest. So
into a spoiler.
But yeah, we were wondering about this. We were wondering, why are they mad? Where does this antipathy come from? And I don't think that she's changed her mind. I don't think necessarily that she's like, okay, well, we're going to, I don't think that they're supporting Trump because the Democratic Party went after them. Actually, Trump went after them too. Trump, both candidates have an incentive to let the voters know how the Shanahan Kennedy candidacy, how it is different than their platform. right? And so because neither of them want to lose votes to Kennedy, so it's the weirdest thing. Even though like you got Kennedy sort of Trump sort of courting Kennedy, they don't want them running, and if they run, they want to make sure that the candidates or the voters that are going to end up voting for them are going to be Democratic voters rather than losing Republican voters to them.
And we don't want to be a spoiler. We wanted to win. We wanted a fair shot. The DNC made that impossible for us. They have banned us, shadow banned us, kept us off stages, manipulated polls, used lawfare against us, sued us in every possible state. They've even planted insiders into our campaign to disrupt it and to create actual legal issues for us. I mean, the extent by which
I wonder how often that sort of thing happens, right? I'm given, because they're the conspiracy ticket, I'm given to disbelieve her. But yeah, there's a lot of cloak and dagger that goes on in politics. It's entirely possible that both campaigns have infiltrated and tried to kind of shipwreck RFK's campaign, or at least limit its impact on their own campaign.
The sabotage they've unleashed upon us, it's mind-blowing. I mean, we're still learning new ways that they have sabotaged us. I really wanted a fair shot at this election, and I believed in the America that a little girl pledged an allegiance to. And that is not where we are.
Isn't it interesting that, because so many people want to see these people see Shanahan and RFK as like independents, right? Well, what does she go back to? She goes to the Pledge of Allegiance. She goes to a catechism of sorts that was instituted in the United States as almost like a loyalty statement when during the Cold War, to make sure that we differentiate ourselves from the goddamn godless Soviets, like lest we confuse the United States and its separation clause from there you got God in the Pledge of Allegiance, right? And it's like this loyalty pledge. It's like this kind of weird thing. If you show people from other countries a bunch of American school children doing the Pledge of Allegiance, they're going to look at you funny. They're going to look at us funny. They're going to look at the whole country funny, because it is a jingoistic thing to do for sure.
Today, and it's not because of the Republican Party taking us out. It is exclusively because of the Democratic Party taking us out. And I am so disappointed I ever helped them. I am so disappointed that I helped Chuck Schumer in that Georgia runoff secure a majority. It's probably one of the biggest mistakes of my life. And it's really devastating. So to answer your question, we are not spoilers. That was never our motivation. We really wanted a fair shot. I think had we had a fair shot, we would have won. I still would love to see in the last 80 days of this election some miracle play out where we get a chance to debate. I don't think they're going to let us. And, given this, I think we are taking a very serious look at making sure that the people that have corrupted our fair and free democracy do not end up in office in November.
So here's where she comes out with the, Trump is the lesser of two evils kind of take.
Hard. I mean, it's really hard, Tom, to say these words because it's also acknowledging how bad things are.
Yeah, it's hard to hear the words. Do you guys see any path to victory at this point?
I mean, technically, if we can stay on the ballots, we've qualified for all the ballots now, which is like an enormous feat. Like you don't understand. The system was designed to, after Ross Perot, to keep this from ever happening again, and we accomplished it. So technically, we could win. We could absolutely win still.
Yeah, Alicia, I'm sorry. It's a monstrous thing to justify the killing of children based on propaganda meant to demonize Palestinians. It's
the problem is if you censor a candidate, as we've been censored, people.
For somebody so worried about falling into propaganda and partaking from biased news sources, Alicia, you really your brain is astroturfed, right? The shit that you're saying, and it's justifying not just murder of kids, but murder of kids on a truly horrifying scale, right? That the ICJ is looking into as a form of genocide. And I really wish that, you'd use your skepticism to question some of those beliefs that allow you to justify that, right? Of like, oh no, but they're teaching the kids to hurt, to hurt Israel. So I guess you got to do what? No, they're fucking bombing schools and shit, right?
People don't get a chance to even hear us. There are.
And again, that's an example of Trump's foreign policy leading to conflicts past his administration, right? The whole, October 7th is due in a big part to the kind of negotiation that Trump did bilaterally with Israel and other countries in the Middle East that completely cut the Palestinian people out of negotiations regarding their own destiny. And it led to what you saw on October 7th, which led to the justification for the, at the very least, tens of thousands of innocent civilians dying. And we're honestly looking at figures that are probably more likely in the hundreds of thousands. And it's just not something you should ever find yourself looking for a way to justify or looking for a,
things that could happen that would still allow us to win in November, even in this environment. And it could, you can't predict the number of variables.
It's a narrative, Alicia. It's more.
And these forever wars.
It's more than a lie, unfortunately. Did I skip over something? It was like right here, maybe.
But as long as we remain on the ballots, we could win. The question is the risk of a Harris-Walz presidency worth us staying in? And that's the question we have to ask ourselves right now is, do we trust Trump and in his personal sincerity to really do the right thing for our country and chronic disease, balance the budget, end these forever wars?
End chronic disease. What is she cooking? What is she cooking? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? Trump is going to end chronic disease. Really? What kind of natural, health granola wackiness is this? What? And why do all these fucking hippies, why are they all, I mean, I kind of know the answer. And if you'll know the answer too, if you read Naomi Klein's new book, Doppelganger, you'll understand this a lot better. So here's where she starts to see some positive signs in Trump.
It's basic criteria in my definition. We don't have clean food, water, utility. Public goods is a freaking mess. That's the basic function of government, and they are failing at it. Where they're spending their money, these are auxiliary functions. These are not real functions of government. They are overreach. They are part of either.
Chat, I think her brain is cooked.
Large money.
I think her brain is cooked.
Corporate capture schemes for power in politics. They're not actually functioning. So first and foremost, we have to make sure that the dollars we are spending are addressing these critical functions of government like public goods.
We've talked about what we see wrong with the Harris approach to economics, what do you see as the problem with Trump's approach?
You know, Trump's Achilles heel in his first term was really big pharma. And I don't think he understood that it would cripple his
So do you see where she's, this is probably something about vaccines?
Entire reputation and legacy as much as it did. And it was this.
Has it though? Because like, I do think that like there was a lot of like, you know, Trump was, well, he was fairly friendly to misinformation, even though in the end, as with most things, he went with the, you know, people that he brought into his government, right? So he did go ahead with Operation Warp Speed, and he didn't, you know, prevent, you know, vaccinations from taking place. But at the same time, he did feed into like a lot of like, well, maybe you can kill it with bleach. Maybe it'll just go away on its own. Maybe like all this kind of just garbage.
Perfect storm of him kind of being like, oh, I'll take the Pfizer $1 million for my inauguration event, to selling out to Fauci and Operation Warp
Selling out to Fauci.
Speed in the lockdowns. Who knew? Who knew just taking $1 million from Pfizer would open the door to one of the most catastrophic.
Is that what she thinks? Like it is, that it's like the money from Pfizer? Like here's the deal. Trump doesn't know how to run an administration. Let's be real. He's a reality show figure. He is you know, a failed businessman, and he does not understand how the freaking government works. He doesn't understand a lot of things. You remember the whole late great Hannibal Lecter and how he would always bring that up when you're talking about asylum seekers? Motherfucker literally thought that asylum seekers were like people in an asylum in another country that country was trying to send over into our country, right? And yeah, I mean, that's one example. That's one example of what Trump does not understand, and how, you know, ignorant and how boldly ignorant he can be, right? He brought this into multiple speeches. And so he doesn't know how to run an administration. So what does he do? He relies on other people. Okay, well, I'm going to run the part that is like Donald Trump gets famous, right? I'm going to run the part where Donald Trump's kids get rich, right? I'm going to run the part where we peddle influence all over the world, right? But I don't want to run the part, the boring part, the government part, the actual government part, the actual, like, how do you, you know, who do you bring in for Surgeon General, right? I don't want to run that part. So I'm just going to listen to some kind of normal ass Republican, and they will be like, yeah, this Anthony Fauci guy, you know, this is your guy, right? And so that's how Trump ends up with kind of guardrails. You know, these were people were referred to as guardrails in his first administration. People who I guess you could also call them technocrats, right? Now that has a connotation to it that's not exactly positive, but what I mean is that people who are capable of running the parts of the government that they're in charge of, as opposed to Trump minions who don't understand the levers of power that they're messing with, right? And what Trump learned from his first administration was not to listen to those Republicans that he did in the first place, right? Those people gave him like a regular ass government that would stay stable, and that, you know, and Trump wants to subjugate everything to his own sense of grandeur, to his own delusions of grandeur. And at times, right, those came into conflict. And when he saw that, and saw that he was kind of steered in a direction away from, you know, promoting his own personal brand, he sees this as a betrayal, right? When in actuality, it is a refusal to betray the country on behalf of Donald Trump's bloated ego. And that a lot of the institutional minded people, even if they're, you know, right wingers, even if they're hardcore right wingers, you know, we're not, Mike Pence, you know, being a great example, we're not willing to go along with that. We're not willing to sell out the country for, you know, for Donald Trump's ego.
decisions the United States and a United States president has ever made in history.
Fauci or Warp Speed?
I mean, they're all part of the same package, but capitulating to Fauci's vision.
Yeah, that's right. It's Hannibal Lecter.
For the government under, under Project Warp Speed and with the lockdowns, the masking.
The masking. We can't mask. Oh my God. These people are so afraid of a piece of fucking cloth.
The supply chain disruptions. Then there was the stimulus package, the $8 trillion in the stimulus package, which was really for PPP and PPE and all of the all of the
PPs. Yes, we got it.
It was such a massive spend for something that in retrospect was not necessary at all. And started us on this trajectory.
What do you, I haven't heard a lot about Trump's policy yet, economic policy, if you were.
Okay, so I'm getting from chat that some people don't believe that Trump was, suggesting bleach as an effective therapy to treat the virus, and that it was more like a curiosity. But I ask you, all right, because our standards have gone so far down since Trump got elected in 2016. They're below, they're through the floor, right? Should a president be like, I wonder if maybe bleach would be a good way to, right? Is that fucking appropriate? In the midst of the largest public health crisis since the 1910s, is that really what you want to hear from your president? I mean, we can take a look at it. We can listen to his bleach.
Let's take
a listen. Right, here's his speculation.
Question that probably some of you are thinking.
Yeah, the question isn't like whether he was trying to have force doctors to prescribe bleach to people. The question is like, why was this is a batshit idea, first of all, right? And it's actually sounds and smells a lot like natural health garbage, right? It sounds like something like, I don't know. I haven't heard bleach before, but I have heard of people who use hydrogen peroxide as some sort of a health supplement or treatment or whatever, right? I mean, this is what it sounds like, right? And look, if your 70-year-old grandfather has to be talked out of that idea that, like, I don't know, maybe the bleach would, right? That's one thing. But if the president of the United States is out there speculating, why don't they just use bleach? I mean, this is like a moon lord level comment. This is like mine the moon. Why don't they just mine the moon? I'm sure there's lots of valuable minerals up there. All they have to do is build an elevator to the moon. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, okay, you gotta look at that, and you could just say, okay, moon lord, we're not making you we're not putting you as the head of NASA, right? That's not gonna.
If
you're not getting a job at SpaceX, moon lord.
Totally into that world, which I find to be very interesting. So, supposing we hit the body with a tremendous.
This isn't a press conference, right? It's bad enough if he's like discussing this with, like, I don't know, Fauci or his aides or somebody. It has to be explained to him. No, Mr. Trump, bleach will not work. Right? But this is a press conference.
Whether it's ultraviolet.
This is undermining the confidence that the American people have in their president and in their government during a huge crisis. This is undermining the confidence that the world has in the United States as a rational actor on the world stage in terms of public health.
Or just very powerful light.
You got to hit it with ultraviolet or very powerful light. And maybe that's what we need. Maybe the doctors haven't thought of that yet. Maybe it's fucking scientists, right? Get at it, get on it, right? Scientists, take a look at that.
And I think
can you hit it with an ultraviolet light, please, scientists?
Said that hasn't been checked, but you're going to test it. And then I said
they're going to test it because Trump said you are not the one that's going to come up with the next fucking breakthrough. But he is a fucking delusional narcissist who really does believe that he's got this amazing brain. And if only people would just goddamn listen to him, everything would be better.
Supposing you brought the light inside the body.
You brought the light inside the body. You put it like what? Some kind of a dilator? Like, are we inserting it anally? Are we inserting it orally? How is it going into us? Is it what's going on, Trump?
Which you can do either through the skin
or through the butt. Is that what you're gonna say? Through the butt?
In some other way.
In some other way, in some other orifice. I got it.
And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, give that a test too. Like, let's.
Right, and then I see the disinfectant, where it knocks it out.
It knocks it right out. Maybe you just need bleach. Bleach up the bum.
1 minute. 1 minute.
1 minute. Just put a little bleach up the bum, and you got it. This guy was fucking president. That should scare you.
And is there a way we can do something like that?
That should scare the fuck out of you, right? There's people, a non-insubstantial number of people in this country that think that this guy was doing the job of president in a way. And these are the people that'll be like, oh, I don't know about Biden. Who's running the White House? Oh my God. Oh my God. On his worst day, I'm not nearly as worried about Sleepy Joe,
injection inside or almost a cleaning, because you see it gets
like a cleaning. You just clean yourself out with some bleach. Yeah, little douche in the.
Does a tremendous number in the lungs.
In the lungs, the bleach in the lungs. Jesus Christ!
Interesting to check that. So that
this is not health advice that you should be listening to. Just for the record, right? This is the disgraced former president of the United States during the height of one of the worst public health crises. Definitely the worst public health crisis in any of our lifetimes, making just boneheaded suggestions.
I have to use medical doctors with, but it sounds interesting to me. So we'll see. But the whole concept of the light, the way it kills it in 1 minute, that's pretty powerful.
That's what he's looking for, right? That you remember how he said, maybe it's just going to go away. He is wish casting so hard because here's the deal, all right? He cruised by with Obama's economy for 3 years, and things were okay economically. Nothing, no shit hit the fan, right? He said some ridiculous things. They would likely be used against him in his re-election bid. But most presidents, most incumbents win re-election. That is just kind of there's a power in incumbency normally. So shit starts to hit the fan in his last year, and he's like, no. Oh, maybe it'll go away. Yeah, it'll go away on its own. It'll just we'll wake up one day and it'll be all gone. And maybe April, it'll be all gone. We won't have to worry about it. I can go on to my re-election and nothing is going to get in the way of that. And, this is, kind of the perfect storm. And all the perfect storm was one major crisis that exposed him as being not a steady hand at the wheel of the ship of state. But yeah, there we go with Trump and the disinfectant.
To get elected this time. Is anything changed? Is he making new sounds? What's his
new sounds
approach?
What we're hearing from the Trump camp is very positive. We are hearing that he wants to distance himself from big pharma. We are hearing full acknowledgement that, he now in retrospect should not have fallen prey to the pressures in Washington to capitulate to the lockdowns and then the needed bailouts. His record was reasonable prior to those massive mistakes in 2020. And I don't see acknowledgement. I mean, he's not doing it publicly, but privately, I don't see much acknowledgement from any political leadership that has contributed to the problem like I've seen from Donald Trump. And I see him wanting.
It's so funny to see anti-vaxxers being like, it's about time that the government copped to this like big mistake that they made. They put us in masks and they had us in the lockdown, and worst of all, there was a vaccine, right? It was never mandatory from the government, right? It might have been mandatory depending on your place of employment. But they feel like that somehow they were borne out as correctly, because I think what happened is they got further and further into their little echo chambers where, your feed is now full of other anti-vaxxers and they are telling you exactly what you want to hear. And they're like, yeah, no, now it's proven ivermectin is the fucking shit, man. Like it's, right. And they think, well, we won. It's finally borne out. Like everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying that we were right. And, the masks were, not helpful somehow. And they feel like vindicated. And what they don't recognize is that actually what's happened is that 2020 was a traumatic year for most people in the country. And because of that, most people in the country, they don't want to talk about 2020. They don't want to talk about the vaccine. They don't want to talk about the lockdown because they don't want to remember that stuff, right? They are maybe even a little bit in denial about the severity of the the pandemic and versus the kind of impositions that the lockdown put on us all, which is I'm not trying to dismiss that, right? Like that period fucked with a lot of us, right? But it's just most Americans have just taken the tack of like kind of erase it from memory and move on. And so either side, that brings us back to that, like if Democrats were to start to talk about the fact that the vaccine, the pandemic is still with us, which it is. And we've seen some higher spikes over the summer than we've seen in a really long time, right? I don't know. There might be bad, consequences to that too. But I mean, that's closer. That is the actual truth. And I don't know if there's any, there might have been a window to actually, had we had effective leadership at the time, and had our government been serious enough, there might have been a way to make it so it's not going to be a huge factor in all of our lives going forward. But I feel like that's where we're at. And just like climate change, the will to do something about it when the time was right was just not something that we had. But yeah, I mean, it's, when you hear the vaccine deniers, the anti-vax weirdos, and the part of the natural health community that's been absorbed into Trump and QAnon, they think that they were vindicated, and they think that these are good issues. These are winning issues, and they don't get it. Why doesn't Trump talk about no more masks? I mean, he does, but like they want to make it more of a mainstream issue. It's not an issue that works for the Republicans, and sadly, a better set of public health policy is not. It's not something that the Democrats are pursuing. Like Biden declared the victory over the virus long before, and it's still fucking with us. It's still fucking. He himself was recently afflicted with COVID.
To do things like he wants to create a container. He definitely wants to bring in an administration that, I see him working with Tulsi. Very exciting sign that he wants to de-escalate the wars, de-escalate and withdraw from the enormous amount of military spending. I mean, that is the lowest hanging fruit, and he is ready to go on it.
What do you think about his pick of J.D. Vance?
I like J.D. Vance. I
mean, you would. You would. He's weird, just like you.
I think his statement on cat ladies was misguided.
Yeah, you never fuck with cats. That's rule number 1 of the internet.
But other than that, I think he wrote a great book, Hillbilly Elegy.
Hillbilly Elegy, where he pretends to be from Appalachia and then shits on actual people from Appalachia.
Which really connects to a much forgotten population and a much left behind but important and wise and soulful population of the United States that I think is the greatest potential for revival and I think there's when I look at small businesses and small business economy, I think about farming. I think about rural America. I think this is the largest untapped opportunity we have right now. And I think
we could all just become farmers and live a natural life on our...
JD Vance is grown from that and he gets it. And I love what he's done with his career. I think that he, has done some interesting, I don't love his pharma stuff. I don't love some of the stuff he's invested in. I'd like to see him explain some of it. I mean, I've not had the perfect investment record either. But I think that
you don't say. Did you lose your ass on did you maybe lose your ass on NFTs by chance? Did you buy some apes? Do you still have the apes in your digital wallet, perhaps?
Those are things that as long as he shows growth from, I think he is going to have great potential leading this country.
Did you buy some meme stonks?
When you look at some of the pundits on him, one of the things that you'll see is a potential nefarious line drawn to Peter Thiel. That they
potential nefarious. No, it's not a potential. It's a real life. It's more real than Sunday's lines in his weird Pepe Sylvia drawing that he did last night when he was way too sauced.
If they see him as the future of the party, what does that mean in terms of corporate, governmental interconnectedness? And do you think that there's anything to that, or are these just rumors?
Look, Silicon Valley, Peter Thiel, and the PayPal mafia, they're very well known and they're reasonably predictable. These are individuals that...
Yeah, they're predictable in terms of their antipathy to the poor. They are predictable in terms of their penchant for authoritarianism. Like what do you? Yeah, they're predictable, but that's I love how she's using this as it's not so bad.
Made a huge amount of success thinking through how to use the internet for optimizing financial transactions with PayPal. PayPal was a massive success. They went on to invest in
You are kissing their asses. Okay, that's what it is. That's what it is, right? They are good people whose asses you can kiss to get their favor.
Whole number of things. A lot of them really are liberty-oriented, school choice-oriented. They mirror many of the things you hear from liberty Republicans, which is a population I tend to like a lot. They believe in free speech. Some of their more transhumanist things are I don't fully align with. They're very close to Palantir, which is a massive government contractor. So that's something to keep an eye on.
I mean, yeah, Peter Thiel, you think? So she's like anti-Palantir, but she's like, actually Rocco's basilisk is kind of cute. Kind of adorable. Wouldn't you love to give it a little scratch? Yeah, I don't have anything against the basilisk. I wouldn't stop the basilisk. I'm sorry, chat. I am memeing, just to be super clear. It's a transhumanist.
But overall, in terms of totalitarian, nefarious...
It's literally... You got to read Curtis Yarvin, lady. Or you probably have and you're on board with it. I don't know. Right? But they don't... Look, they want to run the country through their guy, through like JD Vance. They want to run the country the way that a Silicon Valley CEO runs their company. And that is first and foremost by compromising any sort of guardrails, any sort of limits to their power, right? They want to erode the separations of power and have a unitary executive, because that's how they run their companies. So yeah, that is what you get with those people. It's so wild that somebody that like pretends to be like, oh, I'm super independent and I just want to.
Nefarious agenda. I don't see that. It doesn't terrify me as much coming from that group. I'd love to see them talk more transparently about what, their overall agenda is and hopes and goals for the American family. I think that would alleviate a lot of the concern. But I find that this group of people is smaller, those around Peter Thiel. They believe in individual liberties. They believe in sovereignty. I don't see them doing as many of these intelligence agency partnerships as maybe some of the other Silicon Valley groups that I'm not going to name.
But I get it. I like the conservative Silicon Valley people, not the liberal ones, not the Google ones, right? I like the PayPal mafia is good. We can try. We know what they're a known quantity. I guess is kind of what she's saying.
I will say that if we are splitting hairs, I would much rather, obviously I'd much rather see Bobby and I in the White House. I think
Rocco's Basilisks would run through Twitch chat logs. So just to be safe, we're all in support of Rocco's Basilisk here. That's the meme.
We do a much better, cleaner, transparent, less corrupt job around all of these things. But if we're splitting hairs, I would say that I trust the future of this country more under the leadership of the Trump and the Thiels and the JD Vances than I do right now of the Harrises and Reid Hoffmans.
Okay, so that's pretty much where we started off. So yeah, we got it done. All right, that is Shanahan. What is her name again? Something Shanahan. Modernism. Thank you for the follow. What the fuck is her name? Why can't I love how nobody puts the name of the person that they're talking to. Nicole Shanahan. Thank you. It's like the very last tag. They just say RFK's Veep. But then again, RFK's Veep probably has better SEO than Nicole Shanahan, who I had to literally look up her name. But yeah, chat, I'm going to get some sleep, and we're going to meet again tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. We're going to be talking about... What the fuck are we going to be talking about? This is Walz's night. Wait, let's look it up really quick. Let me give you a preview to what we're going to be dealing with tomorrow. Need day 3. So Monday night was For the People themed. Tonight was A Bold Vision for America's Future. Wednesday was A Fight for Our Freedoms. And Thursday is For the Future. Let's see if we can find what is going on day 3. All I know so far is that it's going to be Tim Walz. Okay, so that's tonight, Wednesday. Vice President Tim Walz. Oh, yeah, that's right. Bill Clinton. Lest I forget. Bill Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, and Pete Buttigieg. Now, it doesn't seem like they've released, or at least I don't have it here, their full list of candidates. Unless NPR maybe has it. I'm not finding a more full program. I'm guessing that we might have more. They are trying to do more. They're trying to bring on some like rank and file Teamsters as kind of like a fuck you to Sean, not Sean Fain, Sean O'Brien. Sean Fain is the cool UAW president. Sean O'Brien is the not so cool Teamsters. Apparently, there's a 1-hour news briefing from DNC officials that's on C-SPAN. I don't think we have time to watch it. Just trying to see if anybody's got a more... Oh, wait, maybe we got Tuesday, Wednesday. All right, starting off at 3. Okay, so it looks like it starts at 6 o'clock Eastern time. No, sorry, Central time. So that means 7 o'clock Eastern time. Is that real? Yeah, I'm not getting a more full itinerary. So we got Bill Clinton, we got Walz, and who else did I say? Nancy Pelosi. That's what we're going to look for tomorrow. So meet back here, same bat time, same bat channel, building hype until Thursday, where, you know, the official acceptance of the goes through, and yeah. And we'll try to hit that dono goal again. Again, I got some cool stuff that I want to show you. If we can hit the dono goal, we kind of missed it the past 2 nights, but maybe the third time is a charm. Let's hope so, because otherwise I'm going to have to push that content way back into like Friday, right? And I would love to be able to get some of it done this week so that I'll have I won't have as busy of a day on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But yeah, much love, everybody, and thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you, mods. Thank you, mods, for all of what you've done in keeping the chats chattable and making it possible to have a real conversation in those chats rather than just getting spammed with meaningless nonsense. Sinn Fein. Did I say Sinn Fein? I hope I didn't. For some reason, Sean Fein, it makes me think of Sinn Fein as well. So I'm glad to know I'm not the only one. Yeah, Walz gets the headline speech. Good stream, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Patreons. Thank you, everybody who's liked the stream. And if you haven't, you can join that thumb gang too. So yeah, we're gonna be checking in tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to get done with that, because like I got some talk. The chat chooses violence content is actually quite interesting, right? We're talking about a interview with the one and only sysadmin for the Vosh Clout Network, for the Vosh Whiteleaf Network, right? Who went and did an interview with President Sunday. So, you know, we've got a lot to pick through there, and I'm pretty interested in it. But until then, I've been nocommentchick. Make sure to like and subscribe on your way out. And wait. And thank you also. Thank you to Throne Gang, because I'm going to be installing these hopefully tomorrow. And maybe my computer will not be as slow as it is right now. These are 16 gigabytes. I'm going to upgrade them from 8 gigabyte ones. So we'll have a total of 32 gigabytes. That's a lot of gigabytes. I'm looking forward to it's the most victim blamey interview I've ever heard. Oh, geez, you've watched it already. Well, we're going to watch it again, and we're going to see what we can glean from Sunday's chat with the one and the only Sussy Baca herself. Anyway,